Dragon Blood. Dragon Curse Series Book 4. By Mia Hall.
Chapter 1. Declan. When I woke up, the first thing to cross my mind was the realization that I couldn't open my eyes, then the horror of the knowledge that my eyes were in fact open. But I couldn't see. I blinked rapidly as though that would help. But I was still in the dark. A dark more fully dark than anything I'd ever known. True darkness. The complete absence of light. Help me. The only two words I was able to croak out before an even thicker darkness closed in on me and blotted out everything else. I didn't try to fight it. I wanted nothing more than the sweet release of sleep, even if my conscious mind wouldn't allow me to understand why it was so important for me to escape to a land of oblivion. Not just yet. One devastating realization at a time. When I woke again, there was no telling how much time had passed since I couldn't see anything around me. It could have been the dead of night or midday. This time I heard a voice close to my ear. A female voice. Soft, caressing, assuring me that everything would be all right. That I would get better. That all I had to do was rest. Where am I? I could barely speak. What had happened to my voice? My eyes? I tried to sit up when the memory slammed into me. Strong, determined hands held my shoulders down no matter how hard I fought. My father was dead. He was dead, and I was alive because of it. Those final moments rushed back, filling my head with images I knew I would never be free of. How could a person be free from the sight of his father, his flawed, weak but still noble father, leaping in front of him to absorb the evil magic meant to kill him? How would I ever experience a moment's respite from knowing it was supposed to be me? And the way he had suffered. His body twitching, his eyes open wide in horror beyond comprehension. The absolute heart-wrenching helplessness of knowing there was nothing I could do to make the pain cease. Then, everything had gone mercifully black. Where am I? I whispered again when there was no reply. You're safe, Declan. You're safe now. Just rest and allow the healing to begin. For a moment, I'd hoped it was Lily who was with me. Lily, who was holding me down, urging me not to hurt myself. This voice was more mature than hers, even though it was just as melodic and caring. Ceana. Where's Lily? She held a cup to my lips, and blessedly cool water poured down my throat. I thought she'd mixed something into it. There was a slightly metallic undertaste I couldn't identify. She's safe too. I assure you of that. I left her in the above ground before coming here to help you. Where is here? I was already beginning to lose the thread of my thoughts. She wanted me to sleep and was willing me to speed the process. I wouldn't fight that. Sleep was the only time I didn't feel the pain in my head, pain I hadn't registered until just when confused pain had come rushing in. Every breath I took shot a fresh wave straight between my eyes, where it radiated outward until it covered my entire head. She must have seen me wince, or the way my teeth clenched tight enough that I feared they'd crumble. Your pain will ease soon, once the tonic has the chance to take effect. So I was right about the undertaste of the water. As for your question, you're outside Onifall. Not far outside, but far enough so that your condition and the circumstances surrounding it shall remain private for now. I thought you would prefer it that way. Thank you. It was all I could manage to say before unconsciousness took hold, and there was no pain. And no looking down at my father as he writhed and twitched and seized in agony. The next time I awoke, a new voice greeted me. Declan. You're awake. Who are you? I recoiled in surprise and dread. Another female, but a younger voice than Ceana. Her voice was higher pitched but no less kind or concerned. I'm sorry, it was thoughtless of me not to wait for Ceana to introduce us. She moved closer. I could feel the warmth from her skin. I had never been aware of the energy of others, the fact that it could be sensed when they drew closer. I'd never needed to, since I had never been blind before. My name is Eva. I'm a healer who's trained with witches for much of my life. Ceana asked for my assistance. Where is she? She had to make a quick trip to Valaport for a handful of meetings she'd already agreed to, but she'll be back shortly. She told me I was to entertain you until she returned. Her laughter was tight, nervous. She felt greatly put upon, being stuck with somebody she didn't know. I lowered my head to the pillows stacked up behind it, and winced as new pain made itself known. You're still hurting, she murmured. What was the first indication of that? I muttered. I had never been a good patient, no matter the reason for my illness or injury. It wasn't in my nature to lie about and let others wait on me. And lying in bed, propped up by pillows, was doing nothing to help in the battles going on in so many worlds. I'm here to help you, she reminded me in a soft, sweet voice. The palm she brushed across my forehead was cool, soft, and miraculous. Instantly, the pain disappeared. As though it had never been there, as though I had imagined it. How did you do that? I asked, already feeling stronger. Amazing how pain could drain a person without them knowing it. I turned my head from side to side, slowly, tentatively, and was stunned at how almost normal I felt. Except for the fact that I couldn't see. As I said, it's what I've trained to do. I learned a long time ago how to ease pain, mend breaks, counteract the effects of dark magic. And if there was ever an instance in which my training was needed, it's now. She drew a piece of furniture across the floor. I could hear it scraping across, closer to me. A chair, judging by the way her voice seemed to move. She was no longer speaking from above me, but rather by my side. How skilled are you with helping someone who's gone completely blind? I asked, almost choking on the bitterness which bubbled up in my chest. I don't pretend to understand what you're experiencing, Eva murmured. Good, because you have no idea. But, she continued as though I hadn't spoken, from everything Ceana has told me about your condition and the circumstances under which you came to be blinded, there's no reason why the effects of the dark magic cannot be reversed. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Be honest. I insist on honesty at all times. All right. Honesty. No, Declan. I've never seen anything like this. I've never heard of it either. From what I gather, the spell did not hit you directly. You're experiencing a sort of transference, as though the spell hit its target, and anything which didn't get absorbed rebounded onto you. The target was my father. Did she tell you that? I barked. Yes. I'm very sorry. Are you? Is anyone, really? My father wasn't exactly admired. Hardly. I remembered the startling difference in Onifall's citizens when I visited with Lily. Their smiles, the healthy color of their skin, even the fact that their clothing was cleaner and better taken care of than before. They'd gone from looking like downtrodden slaves to behaving like citizens in charge of their destinies. They had finally experienced life under a ruler who cared about them. Not like my father, who'd only ever cared about power. The schemes he'd concocted in order to trap others into working for him, the ways he'd lied and cheated and threatened in accordance with his needs. Your father was a living creature. He had a soul, didn't he? He had a purpose. And he's no longer with us. Yes. I'm sorry he had to meet such a terrible end. I was just about to apologize to her for snapping. Her sincerity was enough to shame me even in my low state of mind, but the air around me stirred as a door opened, and in strode Ceana. Once again I could feel her presence. How many other things had I missed when I could see? Declan. You're awake. I hope Eva's been taking good care of you in my absence. She closed one hand around my wrist. He was experiencing pain, but it's taken care of, Eva explained in a low voice. The sort of voice people used when they were speaking in front of children. They didn't wish to let in on their conversation. As though I wasn't strong enough or smart enough to hear. You're talking about me as though I'm not in the room, I growled. Forgive me, Eva immediately replied. I should have warmed to her sweet nature, but it had the opposite effect on me. I wanted her to tell me to shut up, to warn me against biting the hand which fed me. Or healed me. What's really happening with me? I asked, turning my face in Ceana's direction. There was no light in front of me, nothing to indicate where I was or what surrounded me, so all I had to go on was the general location of her voice. Has Eva explained? In a way, yes, but I want straight talk. We know each other well enough that I can expect it from you by now. You're right, she admitted with a dry chuckle. And I wish I could give you the straight talk you crave. I truly do. If your condition were simple enough for me to provide it, I would in a heartbeat. But nothing's that simple, is it? I asked. No. Nothing is. The creaking of the chair told me she sat down beside my bed. Here is the straightest answer I can provide. I've never seen anything like this. I was certain in the moments after your injury that it would be no great task to heal you. Perhaps I was too sure of myself. It's become clear in the last few days that the magic Morvania used is far beyond anything I've ever encountered. The image of my twitching, seizing father filled my mind. I had never seen anything like it either. You're telling me you can't heal me? I can't, she admitted. Or rather, I could in time, and with a lot of research and the consultation of healers far wiser than myself. You don't have that sort of time, I surmised. Which is why you brought Eva in to help me. A wise leader knows when to rely on those with greater wisdom, she murmured, patting my hand. And Eva is one of the most gifted healers born in the last several generations. I heard Eva make a self-deprecating noise from somewhere else in the room, as though she were disagreeing with Ceana's praise. For my sake, I hoped she was only being modest. A wise leader knows when to rely on those with greater wisdom? I snarled. Is this the sort of garbage you feed yourself in order to sleep at night? Pardon me, she gasped. You heard me. Or did Morvania's spell harm your hearing? No, it couldn't have, because you didn't arrive in time to save my father. Only to save your daughter. Isn't that right? Lily's safe. That's all that matters to you. How can you say that? If that were all that mattered, why would you be here right now? Why would I be with you? It's untrue and it's unfair. Unfair. Do you want to know what unfair truly means? It means watching someone you love die in front of you, knowing the spell which cut them down was meant for you. That's unfair. You did nothing to deserve Morvania's wrath, and neither did your father. But your father understood that it was his place as your father to sacrifice himself for you. That's what parents do, especially those who, if you'll forgive me, realize they've brought the sorry state of their life onto themselves. I will not forgive you. As you wish, she murmured, standing. I apologize for falling short of who or what you feel I should be. I only ask that you keep in mind the effort which is being expended on your behalf. Damn her. I wanted her to lash back at me, to tell me exactly where she thought I could take my attitude. I wanted her to blame me for my father's death, just as I had blamed myself every waking moment. There it was, hanging over my head, just waiting to be spoken aloud. She wouldn't be the one to speak it. I hated her for that, for her sweetness and understanding, for the way she pretended as though she understood even the first thing about what I was going through. Everything had changed because of her. My world had turned upside down. I had lost a man who, granted, had made millions of mistakes, but was still my father. And he'd given up his life for me after she'd displaced him. I didn't ask you to expend effort on my behalf, I spat. She didn't reply. The air swirled around me again as she opened, then closed the door. The only other breathing I heard after that was Eva's. At least she remained silent.
Chapter 2. Lily. I used to think my cell phone was the most important thing in the world. All teenagers probably thought that way, I guessed. Even people in their 20s and 30s, for whom the smartphone was their contact list, calendar, social life, entertainment. A tether to the outside world. And while none of us were born with a phone in our hands, it felt that way. Especially when we'd grown up watching the people around us using them non-stop, all day, 24/7. I lost my phone once, or thought I lost it. Not long after I got it, coincidentally, once Mona felt I was old enough and mature enough to take care of it. So what was the first thing I did? Of course, I left it at Alicia's while doing homework over there. I'd felt like my right arm was missing. I hadn't even had it for that long, but I had already become attached to the point where I didn't know what to do with myself when I wasn't holding it in my hand. Do you remember when I lost my phone at your house? Alicia looked over at me from across the fire, where she was preparing rabbit a few of the guys had hunted earlier. Our dining options were becoming scarcer by the day. Cade was concerned about that. He was concerned about a lot of things. My best friend rubbed the back of her arm over her forehead, smiling ruefully as she did. Wow. That feels like a whole other life, doesn't it? Can you believe we ever thought things like that were important? Tell me about it, I replied with a dry chuckle. Yeah, I remember that. She sat back on her heels, the rabbit forgotten for a moment. You were frantic when you got home and called me from there. Because I couldn't call you until I got there. Because you didn't have your phone, Alicia snorted. I don't think it ever took me so long to get home from there, I swear. It felt like forever. And then I had to look for it, and you waited on the other end of the house phone, begging me to hurry up and find it before Mona found out it was missing. I thought she would. I looked away before I could finish my thought, and Alicia's silence told me she knew what I was about to say before thinking twice. I thought she would kill me. What made you bring that up? She asked after a little while. I shrugged and aimlessly stirred the fire with a long stick. Just thinking about how I was so sure I had lost part of myself that day. And how completely unimportant that feels now. I mean, I lost my staff. That's what really matters. Now I truly know what it's like to lose part of myself. You'll get another one. I sighed. She was only trying to be helpful. It wasn't her fault that she had no idea what she was talking about. Where? Walmart? Even if there was one still standing, which I doubt, and if it is, it's populated by an army of the undead, I don't think they sell them there. You don't have to get snippy. She skewered the skinned rabbits, maybe a little more forcefully than she needed to, and settled the skewer over the fire. I didn't mean to be. Yes, you did. She sighed as she dipped her hands into a bucket of water to wash away the blood. My stomach turned when I thought about how quickly we'd all been forced to lower our standards. She had adapted well, my sassy, sarcastic friend. She'd had no choice. It was adapt or die. She gave me a smile. I guess you're entitled. I don't know how it feels to lose something like that. Not to mention that it was a kick-ass weapon. Don't remind me, I groaned. Your mother might know how you could get another one, she suggested. It was like she read my mind. I'd been toying with the same idea ever since coming back from the Forbodden. My mother hadn't been able to hang around for long, not with all of the other problems which needed her attention. Not the least of which being Declan and his injury. I had already decided to give her a little time to get him settled and healed up before visiting. It wasn't as though there was anything else for me to do. I certainly couldn't fight with my bare hands. Ricky walked past, looking a little lost. I knew he was hoping to run into Oriana. Poor kid. I went to him, slinging an arm around his shoulders. What you up to, Rickster? I asked, keeping my voice as light as I could. When will you ever get tired of calling me that? Never. So get used to it. No matter how he hated it, I couldn't break myself of the habit. And it was the perfect way to distract him out of his funk. What's on your mind, little brother? Are you gonna tell me what happened with Mona, or do I have to get my information from gossip? Because you know I'm going to, only there are 3 or 4 different stories going around. I just want to know which is true. His troubled eyes looked up at me, and it hit me sort of vaguely and in the back of my mind that he didn't have to crane his neck quite as much as he used to, He was getting older, taller. Maybe he was finally about to experience that growth spurt I knew he'd been waiting for. Regardless, he had already seen a lot more than kids his age were supposed to see. He was mature enough to handle what had happened back in the foreboding. I hoped. We stopped under a tree with big, thick roots, which stuck up from the ground and formed a natural spot for sitting. He settled in, hands clasped in front of his knees. I rubbed my palms against my pants. They were clammy all of a sudden. Mona is gone. Permanently. We don't ever have to worry about her anymore. He frowned. You killed her? No. But I wish I had. I wish so hard that I had. My mom did. He almost smiled. Poetic, huh? The kid did entirely too much reading. I couldn't help but chuckle. Yes. In a way it was. Ceana is probably the only witch strong enough to defeat her. She came through at just the right time. I didn't want to tell him that I might have died if she hadn't shown up exactly when she did. And she hurt Declan? Is that true? It's true, though she hurt him indirectly. She was going to kill him, but his father jumped in front of him. He wasn't a completely bad person, Ricky breathed. No. I suppose not in his way. So Mona's finished. For good? For good. That much I'm sure of. A small glimmer of hope in an otherwise murky situation. I looked out over what used to be downtown Houston, way off in the distance. What was left of it? A burned-out shell. I wondered how much longer the necromancers would stay there with their lurching, mindless army. They'd want to move on, wouldn't they? Fresh blood, as it were. We'd had a few days of relative quiet, in which we'd gotten our supply situation in order and regrouped a little. The sense of holding our collective breath and waiting for something new to happen was almost as unnerving as fighting the monsters. Cade found us there. The sight of him was like a breath of fresh air, until I noticed the permanent frown lines between his eyebrows. He was a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I went to him, hoping I could cheer him a little or offer him some sort of comfort. Anything. We just lost Jackson. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. That makes 4 casualties from the last battle. Not as many as we've faced before, but we can't afford to lose anybody else. And it's never any easier. I'm sorry. I leaned against him, touching my forehead to his shoulder. I'm sure Raynell is taking it hard too. Harder than I think is safe for her, he murmured, shaking his head. The baby? He didn't have to respond for me to know that was what he was concerned about. I was worried about Raynell too. She refused to take it easy on herself for the sake of the child, swearing up and down that she was perfectly fine. She wanted to feel as though she was contributing. I knew how that went, since I felt about as helpful as an instruction manual written in a foreign language. I steered him away from Ricky and further away from the camp. It was important that we be alone for a minute, and not just because it felt as though we never got the chance to be by ourselves anymore. He was hardly in the mood for anything romantic, so I got straight to the point. I want to find out where Mom took Declan and visit him. Maybe I should have approached that a little more gently. His frown lines only got deeper. You what? Hey, you weren't there. You didn't see how terrible it was. Or the shape he was in when Ceana's men took him away. I only want to check in and see how he's doing, and have a word with my mother while I'm there. Was I hallucinating when you got back, or didn't you say you weren't ever going to go off without me again? Trust him to throw my words back at me. This is different. Different how, pray tell? When I reached for him, hoping to calm him, he shook my hand off. So that was how it was going to be. My temper flared. For one thing, I'm not going off to fight anybody. I'm going to pay a visit, check in and ask Mom a few questions. That's it. I don't believe there's the possibility of any harm. That's very easy for you to say, and very convenient. Why don't you admit what this is really all about, Cade? When he turned his back to me, I stomped around him until we were face to face again. Just admit you're sore because this is Declan we're talking about. If it were anybody else, you wouldn't care nearly as much. That's not true. Sure it is. And I know it because you won't look me in the eye. When he did, grudgingly, his gaze was cold. Hard. I wasn't about to let him intimidate me. No matter how much bad blood is between the two of you, you and Declan are family. Don't remind me. Time to take another tactic. There's nothing for me to do here. I can't fight without my staff, so what else is there for me right now? He winced. Do you really have to ask that question? My heart sank. I didn't mean it that way. You're always going to be important to me. I would always rather be here with you. So be here. With me. He took my face in his hands, and I told myself to be in the moment. To not be frustrated with his determination to disagree with me. You know I love you, I whispered. That will never change. But it doesn't mean other things, other people, stop being important to me. His hands dropped from my face. You know what? Fine. There are too many other things for me to concern myself with at the moment. I don't have time for domestic squabbles. Cade, don't walk away like this. But it was too late for that. He left me standing there, feeling helpless. Wondering if there would ever come a time when it would just be us, happy and safe and full of hope for the future. If the necromancers were allowed to run roughshod over everything they claimed as their own, which was everything they saw, there wouldn't be a future for any of us. Chapter 3. Lily. I was lost in deep dark thoughts as I walked through camp. It was a cool night, and I wrapped my arms around myself in the hopes of warming up a little. The few fires here and there provided what warmth they could. I smiled at the handful of people, humans, dusk elves, dragons who nodded or waved in greeting. They were tough, brave people. They would fight for what mattered to them, for those they loved, and they would keep a stiff upper lip while they did. Even so, they looked tired. Drained. Traumatized. There was only so much more horrific loss they could face. What would we do when they reached their breaking point? Cade would never give up, I knew that much, but what good was he on his own? He needed an army. We all did. I was still chewing my lip, mulling this over, and I walked into one of the hospital tents. I did my best to look past the figure lying under a sheet on one of the cots. Jackson was a good guy, always trying to cheer up everyone around him. He believed it was important to keep morale high. And he was gone. Raynell clearly felt this. She was frowning more deeply than I'd ever seen, moving around the tent as she wound bandages. It was a surprise to see how far along she already was in her pregnancy. I still forgot sometimes that dusk elves only carried their babies for 6 months. She was more than halfway through. You should sit. I pulled up a chair and directed her to it. She shook her head but sat anyway. You sound like Brogan. She didn't sound happy about that. I'd never heard her speak of him in anything less than glowing terms. They were crazy about each other. But Cade was teaching me a little more every day about crazy being a two-sided coin. I sat with her and picked up a pile of freshly cleaned bandages, rolling the way she did. What's going on with him? What do you think? The way he hovers over me, it's amazing he allows me to have a moment to myself. I'm not used to being told what to do. I've always been amazingly self-reliant. I had never heard anybody describe themselves that way, and I couldn't help but giggle a little. It's true. You ought to know. You're the same way. I suppose you're right. She sighed. I know he's worried about me and the baby, but isn't doing any of us any favors by worrying as he does. I'm concerned about his ability to concentrate while fighting. I hadn't considered that. If he was too busy worrying about his family. No. I've seen Brogan fight. He's strong and focused. He'll be just fine. Her smile was sweet and a bit regretful. I wish you sounded like you believed that. I looked around, suddenly intent on changing the subject. We weren't helping anything by discussing the shortcomings of our men. Is there anything I can help you with around here? More than just rolling bandages, I mean. Something long-term. I hate feeling like there's nothing for me to do around here. You're not meant to spend your days in the medical tent. You think I can't handle it? Of course I don't think that, she laughed, waving a hand. You shouldn't always leap to conclusions, Lily. What I mean is, you're meant to be on the front lines. You're a leader. Cade might be the general in this little army, but you're the one who holds everyone together. My skin felt hot and prickly when I heard her talk like this. That isn't true. It certainly is, and you know it. It makes you uncomfortable, I know. It doesn't. It does. I can see it all over you. She sighed, putting aside a roll of bandages in order to press her hands to the small of her back. That doesn't change the fact that you need help in here. You should be resting as much as possible. I didn't know much about pregnancy, but I knew that much. Judging by the way she looked at me, she thought she was helping me out by agreeing to let me help her. We were helping each other, the way family did.
Chapter 4. Aras. You're not paying attention. Lucas stood over me, looking down at my prone figure with an expression akin to pity. Normally, he would have enjoyed lording his victory over me. He would have thrown one of his carefully crafted jibes my way. As much as those jokes got under my skin and made my blood boil, the pity was worse. I wished he would call me an old woman and offer me a rocking chair and something to practice my knitting on. Anything would be better than watching him feel sorry for me. You're right. I couldn't argue with him. But that's not an excuse. No, it isn't. It's the truth. He held out a hand and hauled me to my feet. There's nothing wrong with the truth. I know how the news from home upset you. I'll be fine. I brushed dirt from my makeshift uniform. Makeshift because I wasn't a real soldier. Not yet. I would be, if I managed to keep my head about me, which I hadn't been able to do yet during that training session. Are you two finished flirting? Victor waved both arms from halfway down the field. Because I thought we were here to train. I understood his frustration. The two of them were only allowed but so much time away from their unit, and we were wasting it. They were generous enough to perform our informal training sessions. I needed to be respectful of that. Even so, there was little I could do to get news of my sister off my mind. Just think. My cousin threw an arm over my shoulders as we walked to where Victor waited. By the time next year comes around, and you're eligible for service, you'll be in far better shape than any of the other recruits. They'd be fools not to accept you into the army. You're sure about that? It was the only dream I'd ever had, for as long as I could remember. To serve. To distinguish myself on the field of battle. The honor, the glory. Knowing I had done my part for the good of Sunderdell. For the good of the king and our people. Knowing I had lived up to my family name, that I might be able to clean some of the tarnish off it and bring it back to its former glory. Just the thought sent a thrill through me, but I would never admit that out loud to anyone but my sister Rena. Thinking of her again brought everything back. Everything my uncle had shared this morning over breakfast before we came out for training. What he'd learned as he passed through the little village in which I'd grown up. Where Rena still lived, looked after by those in nearby huts while I was off performing training exercises. It was difficult enough to be without her when I knew she was ill, but to hear just how ill she'd become tore at my concentration only half as viciously as it tore at my heart. The promises I'd made to our parents rang in my memory. I was going to take care of her. I would always put her first, since she needed somebody to protect her and we were all the other had. Empty words when there was nothing I could do, and she was all alone in her suffering. I had to go to her. There was no other option. I suddenly saw what I was doing with my cousins for what it really was, playing at being a soldier. Settling for second best, as a way of killing time before my life really began. Waiting. I shook Lucas's arm off and looked him in the eye, then his brother. I need to go back to Rena. Now. Today. Hold on. They exchanged a worried look. Nightfall is coming soon. You know the new regulations. No one is to venture out of doors once the sun has set. I wanted to yell at them, force them to understand. She was all I had. I'll go alone, if neither of you soldiers is brave enough to accompany me. It isn't a matter of bravery, Aras, Victor glared. It's a matter of the king finding out and punishing us for it. Losing our positions. Perhaps being jailed for it. I don't have anything to lose. I took off for their home at a run, looking to collect my things and hurry on my way. If I rode all night and didn't stop to sleep, there was a good chance I'd arrive just before morning. Uncle Horrence was bound to have a fresh horse he could lend me. He was waiting for me in the stables, fresh frown lines creasing his forehead. Your cousins told me what you have in mind, Aras. Then you know I need a horse to get home tonight. Immediately. I was a head shorter than him. He'd inherited almost supernatural height from my grandparents, seeing as how creatures like ourselves rarely grew so tall, but I drew myself up to my full height and barely stopped short of standing on the tips of my toes to bring myself eye to eye with him. It's inadvisable, and you know why. I need to do this, and you know why. He was the one who'd seen her, who'd reported back to me how rapidly she'd begun to deteriorate. How can you not see that I need to leave right now? This minute? Because as much as you believe you owe to your sister, I owe my brother just as much. He wouldn't approve of me letting you go on this mission alone, at night, with more and more necromancer sightings being reported every day. I'll ride fast. I'll stay in the shadows. I won't stop off anywhere, for any reason. I'll be fine. I'm sure innumerable Dusk Elves have said the same thing since the invasion of our world began. And they didn't realize until it was too late the folly of their actions. He was so like my father, my heart ached even worse than it had been aching since breakfast when Horrence had broken his grim news to the family. If father were still alive, he would know what to do for Rena. I wouldn't have to feel so helpless. I need to go. I cannot wait until morning to go. I'll walk if I have to. You can't stop me. I know that. You're a man now. You can come and go as you see fit. That's true. I won't try to stop you. Thank you. I would only ask you to use a little caution. And allow me to come along. I hadn't noticed the loaded saddlebags. He mounted his horse and patted the flank of the one beside it. Come. We have to hurry. I don't fancy the idea of being caught by a gang of necromancers. Chapter 5. Aras. It was barely morning when the tired, overworked horses nearly stumbled up the dirt road which ran through the heart of our village. To use the word village was a generosity, really. It was more a cluster of huts, arranged in a circle around an old well. I nearly fell from the horse, my thighs burning after hours on end of riding, but a burst of energy carried me into the hut and to my sister's side. She was so small. The little bed seemed so much larger. Aras. Rena's thin hand slid over the sweat-soaked sheet to grasp mine. She might have been holding on as tight as she was able to, but it was hardly strong enough for me to register. She was fading even more quickly than our uncle had intimated. I'm here. I'm always here. You don't even need to open your eyes. I'm sitting by the bed. I'm so tired, Aras. I know. I ran my hand over her forehead and winced at the heat radiating from her skin. She couldn't last much longer with a fever like that. Nobody could, but especially not one so young who was already fragile before the first terrible symptoms had revealed themselves. She had never been strong. You only have to hang on just a little longer. This is bound to break soon. It can't last forever. It won't last forever, she breathed. Her thin chest barely rose and fell as she drew in each rasping breath. That's right, I agreed, almost babbling in an effort to keep her spirits up. Because I'll die soon, and it'll be over. Don't say that. Don't even think it. It's true, Aras. I know it is. It's all right. She smiled, eyes still closed, and it was the sweetest smile I'd ever seen from my always sweet, charming, light-hearted sister. Tears burned behind my eyes, tears which I fought valiantly to keep locked inside. It wouldn't do her any good to hear me blubbering like a baby, not when she was already keenly aware of how her illness affected me. She slid into sleep, leaving me alone. I won't let that happen, I swore, staring hard at her frail, sweat-soaked form. I simply will not let that happen. It was beginning to look as though I had no choice. There were things which none of us could control. Life and death were two of the big ones. The fever and accompanying illness which held my sister in its unforgiving claws was beyond my expertise. Not that I possessed expertise in anything. I rose from my chair as quietly as I could, careful not to disturb her. She would have slept through a boulder falling through the roof of the hut. Too exhausted to even wake up. Soon she wouldn't wake up at all. And I would sit there, feeling helpless, watching as the only thing which held any importance for me slipped away. "I'm sorry," Uncle Horace whispered from the doorway. I believed him. But it didn't matter. I went outside, running my hands through my sweaty, dusty hair. What can I do? What am I supposed to do? There's little you can do, he murmured, leaning against the mud wall with his arms folded over his midsection. He looked as tired as I felt, and as heartsick. I can't believe that. I refuse to believe it. I need to help her. She needs help. Come on, think. I was speaking more to myself than I was to him. I needed to think. I had little money. Almost none. I couldn't afford an expensive healer, though I would sell everything I owned, including myself, if it came to it. There was a girl in our village. Uncle Horace stared off into the distance. She was sick like this. Likely the same thing, sudden onset, high fever. It ravaged her. 3 young people died that summer from that illness. You're not cheering me, I warned. She didn't die. He turned to me. She lived. The others died, but she survived. How? My heart took off at a frighteningly rapid speed, even though I knew it was foolish to get my hopes up. I had to be realistic. But I loved her. Love was rarely realistic. She had the help of a shaman, and the blood of a dragon with which to heal her. Oh. And just like that, all hope extinguished. Why would you bother telling me this? What are the chances that I'd ever be able to acquire either of those things? I punched the wall and immediately regretted it, but wouldn't let my uncle see how I'd hurt myself. The pain was a welcome distraction from the torment in my head. Perhaps the king would be willing to help you, he suggested with a shrug. It could be worth a try. He respected your father. Perhaps their old friendship would work in your favor. I vaguely remembered having met the king when I was a child, the one and only time we'd been invited to the palace. My grandfather had been a friend of the king's father, and the two of them had grown up together. This was when my family's fortunes were in better shape. When we'd lived in a house like Uncle Horace's. When father lost all of his money, he'd been too proud to accept help from his brother. So was I. If charity was an insult to my father, it was an insult to me. But asking for help from the king, when Rena's life was at stake, was an entirely different matter. I owed it to her and to our parents to do everything in my power, including going to the keep. I'm going. Right now. I could see the keep in the distance, its obsidian gleaming in the early sun, towering over everything else around it. It was visible for miles, and just as intimidating from far away as it was when one drew closer. You should get a little rest. Wash up at least. They won't accept you into the throne room looking the way you do right now. Every minute counts. She's hanging on. She has people here to help her. She won't let go today, or even tomorrow, or maybe not even next week. It won't do her any good to have you kill yourself on her behalf. I'll be fine. You know I'm strong. I shook off the concerned hand he rested on my shoulder. Thank you for getting me here. You're going alone? He asked, still surprised. Yes. I'll be fine. I took off on foot, determined to make it to the keep by midday. If I were lucky, I'd be on my way back to the hut by evening, and would be inside well before the curfew. And I would be carrying a vial of dragon's blood. Surely the king kept such things in the keep, if not him, then his shaman or mage or whoever it was he relied on for healing and magic. The only good thing about spending the night riding home was that my feet were easily able to make a journey like the one I was on. Even when my legs ached from being jounced up and down for hours, the image of Rena's sweaty, drawn face kept me going. Chapter 6. Aras. By the time I dragged myself to the gates, the sun was high up in the sky, almost directly overhead. Not that it mattered. It was as if the large obsidian blocks which composed the thick walls of the keep absorbed all light. It could just as easily have been twilight. Father used to tell stories of how we Dusk Elves got our name, that it was in reference to the eternal state of dusk which the keep existed in. I wasn't sure I believed him, but it seemed like just as good an explanation as any, especially since the light became markedly different once one was far enough away from the palace and the thick wall which ran around it, separating it from the rest of Sunder Dell. What do you think you're doing? An elf twice my size, and easily several times my girth, planted himself in front of me when I reached the gate set in the wall. I'm here to see the king. He gaped at me, then laughed, throwing back his head and opening his mouth wide enough to give me the pleasure of seeing his black, rotten teeth. I'm sure you are. And I'm taking the first portal to the ice realm tomorrow, so I can move into the citadel. I waited until his laughter faded into broken snorting before trying again. I'm here to see the king. What would King Tristan want with someone like you? His already purple skin seemed to glow a deep violet, so strong was his hatred of me and his disbelief that someone like me might have business with anyone as important as King Tristan. I raised my chin, letting my eyes bore holes into him the way I'd seen my father do so many times, back when he had servants and a name which meant something. I'm the son of Aras the Elder, one-time friend of King Tristan. The guard winced as though I'd slapped him. And what's your business with the king, then? It's of an urgent, personal nature. I need to see him, immediately. A life depends upon it. I held the guard's gaze as he argued with himself over what to do. Should he risk the king's ire by allowing me inside? Should he turn me away and perhaps risk ire that would make normal ire seem like a holiday? Just how valuable was the man's job? His life? Fine. I'll allow this, but only because you're the son of Aras, and we all remember how close the king and Aras the Elder were as boys. He pulled a heavy lever which raised the iron gate, slowly, so slowly enough to make me grit my teeth with impatience. I could just imagine Rena wasting away, wondering where I had gone. Why I had let her down. I strode across the courtyard with much more bravado than I felt. In reality, my insides were tying themselves in knots. What would the king say? Would he even remember me? Judging by the guard's reaction, I supposed he would. If a lowly guard remembered the great man who'd been my father, so would Tristan. I wondered how different our lives could have been if things had gone better years earlier. When father lost his money, thanks to devious and untrustworthy business partners. If he'd kept his good name and status in Sunder Dell, my days might have been spent in the keep. The king had always hinted at a possible match between me and one of his nieces, or perhaps between Rena and his youngest son. I might be able to use that to my advantage. The girl who might have been his daughter-in-law. It was a piece of information I decided to slide into the back of my mind, just in case I needed a bit more leverage. What was I doing, even imagining that I had leverage over the king? All of this based on a long-ago friendship and the possible guilt the king may or may not have felt over my family's ruination, while his had stayed whole and prosperous, even though it was he who had convinced father to align himself with the treacherous leeches who'd robbed us blind. I vaguely remembered the long dark halls, all of them lined with banners and tapestries, depicting the glorious royal family. The 5 sons, the beautiful queen, and the victorious, triumphant, handsome king. He had to believe he was handsome. Otherwise, his face wouldn't have been all over the banners his men carried whenever they traveled in his name. Wait here, one of the keep's many servants advised when we stopped in a small antechamber. A windowless antechamber at that, lit by torches which lined the walls. The torches had to be magical, from a witch or something. No way they'd burn as bright as they did otherwise. Obsidian was the ultimate tool when it came to protection against evil forces, but it sucked the light from anything even remotely nearby. I walked the entire perimeter of the room time and again, making sharp turns at the corners, my hands clasped behind my back. I should have impressed upon him the urgency of the meeting. Maybe he would be a little faster. Then again, men like him didn't have to hurry for anybody. They made others wait for them. A symbol of how important they were. When the door creaked open, I was walking the length of the wall opposite it. The king's appearance surprised me at first. In my mind, he was as he always had been, youthful, vibrant, with a thick, radiant head of gray hair, the same color as the rest of us, and healthy, glowing, light purple skin. He had always walked with long, swift strides, a man with a purpose. The man who walked into the antechamber was not the man I remembered. But he remembered me. Aras. His eyes flew open as if he'd received a great fright. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I was under the impression you'd been alerted to my presence. I mean, that somebody would have told you it was me who was waiting here. He shook his head as if to clear a fog there and seemed more like his old self when he smiled. I knew it was you. That's not the problem. It's only that I didn't expect to find a man standing before me. Quite a lot of time has passed, I managed to smile. Indeed. Indeed it has. He heaved a heavy sigh. What is it I can do for you? I was led to believe it was of great importance that we speak. Yes. Very great importance. My sister, Rena, is very ill. He looked distraught. I'm sorry to hear it. From what I understand, there's a method of cure which just might work, but it means attaining the blood of a dragon and securing the assistance of a shaman. I came here to ask you for your help. His face froze. I hurried on. Rena is all I have, Your Highness. And I'm all she has. I promised my parents. He held up a hand to silence me, and it worked. I nearly bit my tongue when my mouth snapped shut. Aras, I'm very distressed upon learning this. This is extremely upsetting news. Rena was always a sweet girl. She still is. And she's dying. I have to do something to help her. It's critical that she get the help she needs now. I need you to help me. Please. You're the only one who can. His eyes narrowed, and for one sickening moment I was sure he was about to throw me out. I'd curl up in a miserable ball outside the walls of the keep and die. No, because then Rena would never know what had happened to me. She would die too, only she would question why I hadn't come back to her. Please, Your Highness. Stop calling me that, he snapped. I nearly gasped in surprise, then watched as he began pacing as I had. Well, what should I call you? Don't worry about that. He sighed again. This time it seemed as though he'd deflated somehow. As though he were shrinking under the weight of something. My apologies, Aras. It's only that you've caught me at a very stressful time. Things are far from perfect here. And bringing up Rena, somehow that's all too perfect that she needs help. I don't understand. It's Brayden. He's been missing for quite some time. Oh. I suppose that had a sort of symmetry to it, though I had never known Brayden. Only that he existed. We might have been friends, the way our fathers were once friends if everything hadn't turned sour. He's in the above ground, he went on, still pacing. I chalked it up to his need to stretch his legs, be his own man. I'm sure it isn't easy for him to be the youngest son, out of 5 no less. He wanted to make a name for himself. I can understand that much. But he won't come back. I sent my men to fetch him, and he refused to come back. I'm sorry. It was all too confusing. Was I supposed to understand why he was bringing this up, and why he had to bring it up then of all times? I wouldn't care half as much if I wasn't aware of what's happening up there. It makes what we've been fighting against with the necromancers look like a feast day. He held his head in his hands. I don't know what to do. He's up there, with humans and dragons and who only knows who and what else, and there's nothing I can do to bring him home. I need him home. This is his place. I'm sure he'll come home soon. I couldn't go on without saying anything, but there was nothing for me to say which made sense. I didn't know either of the involved parties, or the situation well enough to offer an informed opinion. What did any of this have to do with Rena? Tristan reminded me of a man at the end of his rope, rapidly losing his grip on reality. I'm sure this is all very stressful for you, I added. Sympathy never hurt. He nodded, distracted. Bring him back to me, Aras. Bring him back and I'll give you what you need. Your dragon blood and the assistance of a shaman. I blinked, speechless. He had to be playing a trick on me. There was no other explanation. What? He nearly snarled, reminding me of a sick animal. Does this sound like something beyond your comprehension or abilities? You're a grown man, or grown by our standards. You can't fetch my son for me and bring him back? Your Highness, I stammered, even though he'd already warned me against calling him that. I wouldn't know where to begin. You've been above ground before, yes? Yes, of course. Who hadn't? It was what Dusk Elves enjoyed most. I'd spent at least half of my life in the above ground, concealing my identity by pretending to be human. I'd always enjoyed putting on different faces, different types of hair and eyes, blending in with them. I want you to look there for him. It shouldn't be difficult to track him down. He was last seen fighting with a makeshift army, trying to track down and kill the necromancers plaguing the human world. I'm aware of where to find him, where the portal we create will take you. You only need to bring him back. How can I do that? It's up to you. I can't think of everything. But, Rena. It was like trying desperately to hold onto the edge of a cliff, grasping and clawing to keep myself from going over, but finding that the ground was nothing but shifting, slippery mud. I couldn't get a solid hold on it. Rena will be all right until you get back, he replied, impatient. You don't know that. She won't get any better if you don't go, will she? I had no answer to that because he was right. Completely right. He had me exactly where he wanted me. If I didn't go, Rena would most certainly die. I had to hurry. I haven't slept in 2 days, I'm soiled from the journey. He waved his hands before taking me by the elbow and nearly dragging me from the antechamber. It won't take you long. You don't have to worry about any of that. Tell him whatever you have to tell him in order to get him here. I didn't have a choice. Chapter 7. Aras. It was the closest to a war zone as I had ever been. I blinked hard, looking around, desperate to get my bearings so I could blend in before I attracted too much attention. I remembered that Tristan had already spoken of Braden spending time with humans and dragons, so it made sense that there would be people going to and fro. New people would join the group who were fighting the threat in the city. I could be one of those people. I wasn't the only Dusk Elf there. That was another positive development. They seemed to be mingling around a makeshift camp filled with patched tents and the light from several campfires. Judging by the light filtering through heavy gray clouds, it was late afternoon, going on evening. The necromancers would attack soon, if they were to attack at all today. I looked out over the city as I made my way to the camp, from the place where I'd entered the above ground. I had been there before, maybe once or twice, but it looked nothing like what I remembered. Twisted steel and the bare remnants of skyscrapers. There was nothing recognizable. Smoke rose in thick, obscene fingers which tangled together high above the ruins. Fire smoldered there and probably had for many days. The stench of death hung heavy all around me. I wrinkled my nose in disgust and wondered how they managed to live with it, then decided they'd gotten used to it. There was another Dusk Elf coming out of a large tent, her hands pressed to her lower back. It didn't take a genius to see that she was with child. Another girl stepped out with her, and the two of them were smiling over a shared joke. How could anything in this bleak, desolate world be funny? I felt a jolt of semi-recognition when I saw the girl with the long, dark hair. A human, but something else. I could feel it. What was it about her that felt so familiar? Like I should know her. I had no time to find out, as a group of men emerged from another tent and approached the girls, talking over each other. 3 of them were dragons, and the one with silvery skin and hair was obviously the leader. He spoke above the rest of them, and he didn't sound happy. No. I don't like it, and I don't think now is the right time. There will never be a better time. I recognized the one who argued the loudest, the most passionately. He wasn't a dragon or a human. He had the same purple-tinged skin and gray hair as I did. In fact, he looked exactly like his father, the king. At least wait until we have a little more information, Brayden, the silver dragon argued. Why should we wait? What are we waiting for, Cade? Brayden was insistent. A petite woman with blonde curls placed her hand on Brayden's shoulder in a gesture which told me they were quite close. She wanted to comfort him, even quiet him, but he was having none of it as he bellowed at the silver dragon. We've already lost so many. Cade looked away with a scowl. We'll keep losing more if we don't run this mission. I swear I won't be gone long and I won't take many. But there has to be a way we can stage a sneak attack on these bastards. We can't sit here and wait for them to attack us again and again. I know we can't. And the more we can kill, the better. All right. I know by now that arguing with you is a losing battle. And he looked like a man who knew what it felt like to lose a battle. He was scarred. So many of them were. They had all fought and suffered and lost. Take a dozen with you at least and make sure you're all armed. At least we're well rested at this point. You won't go, will you, Cade? The dark-haired girl stepped up, and it was obvious from the way she tossed her head back, like she could handle any answer he gave her, that she wanted very much for him to say no. No, he won't, Brayden decided. This is my mission. Cade and Brogan should stay anyway. The generals don't fight with the infantry. Ooh, he says I'm a general now. Brogan, the red-haired dragon, wrapped his arms around the pregnant Dusk Elf. I couldn't believe my eyes at the sight of the 2 of them together. Was the baby his? How did something like this even come about? Don't let it go to your head, my love. She rested her head on his shoulder, beaming up at him with adoration written all over her face. All right. Brayden clapped his hands together, reminding me for all the world of his father when he had gotten his way, like he had back in the keep. Who's with me? I'll go. I raised my hand and all eyes fell on me. You? Who are you? The dark, familiar girl looked me up and down with a raised eyebrow. I don't think I've ever seen you around here before. That's true, I said, looking around. But I want to help. I'll do whatever I can. Can you handle a makeshift flamethrower? Brayden asked. Sure, I lied. I had no idea what he might mean by that. Great. You're in. He tossed me what I recognized as a lighter and an aerosol can. I picked up his meaning right away. The rest of his group came together, each holding their weapons. A sword, where that came from I couldn't begin to guess, and a bat with nails sticking out of it at all angles. Another 2 flamethrowers. Several crossbows, one of which was wielded by Brayden. I can use a crossbow, I said, pointing at his. I'm a skilled hunter. Yes, well. He looked down at his weapon, then back at me. I'd rather the people I know use these for now. You'll work your way up to a crossbow. He kissed the blonde girl, who I heard someone else refer to as Alicia, before leading us away from the camp and toward the city, staying between 2 lines of charred trees. I wondered what I'd just gotten myself into, as I struggled to make heads or tails of Brayden's commands. This was hardly the same as following Victor's instruction on the fake field of battle. There's a nest of them, roughly a half-mile from here, Brayden explained in a tight whisper as we zigzagged through the trees. I could hardly hear him over the sound of my racing heart. He continued, They don't expect us to pull anything like this, they've underestimated us from the start. I want us to surround the building, what looks like an old convenience store, and lure a few of them out at a time. Ideally, that is. What if the unideal happens? Somebody asked from behind me. A dry, nervous laugh rose up over the group. Then you'd better be ready to fight. Brayden wasn't laughing. Neither was I. Night had fallen quickly. I could hardly see in front of me. Light from the still burning fires helped a little, especially as we drew closer to the outskirts of the city. I averted my eyes, time and again, from what I realized were charred bodies strewn all over the ground. Those I walked with seemed immune to the horror around them. How could they ignore it? How much death did a person have to see before it stopped mattering anymore? What would I do if Rena died? That was enough to get me focused again. The thought of Rena waiting for me, unaware of the detour I'd taken. I made a point of sticking close to Brayden, reminding him of my presence. The more familiar I was, the better. All right. He dropped to a crouch, and the rest of us followed suit. I studied the building he was referring to, roughly a city block from where we waited. There were lights coming from inside, though I was sure they didn't come from the city's power grid. Nothing could, not with the fallen power lines all over the ground. Anything radiating through what was left of the windows was the result of evil magic. My stomach turned. Remember what I said. Get ready, but don't do anything stupid, he reminded us at the last moment. Let's all get out of this alive, shall we? There was a gleam in his eyes. He didn't enjoy what we were about to do, but he couldn't help feeling caught up in it. That same energy flowed through the rest of the group, and I understood what made men follow other men into battle. I admired him at that moment. I wished I had his charisma and calm in the face of so much uncertainty. He even managed to lessen my apprehension as we jogged to the store and fanned out around it. I was between him and a young woman with a long red ponytail who carried a sword across her back and a series of knives in a belt at her waist. I suddenly felt very underprepared. There was no time to dwell, however. Brayden picked up a can, which must have been part of what the store had sold in better days. Tomato sauce, according to what I could still read on the wet, torn label. He threw the can up onto the roof of the building, where it rolled across. I wondered if the others held their breath the way I did. A screaming noise ruptured the air, which I realized almost too late was the sound of hinges protesting as the back door opened. The back door where Brayden and I and the red-headed warrior crouched. Brayden's eyes met mine, wide and nearly panicked. Fall back, he hissed, already on the run. The redhead scrambled in the opposite direction, to my right. I froze, but not because I didn't know where to go. I should have followed Brayden, and not only because I had to get on his good side and make him trust me. I should have followed him because he was already arming his crossbow and was ready to do serious damage. Because I had walked into a fight that I was in no way ready for. That wasn't why I froze, finger poised above the button which would send a plume of aerosol spray into the air. I froze because I got my first good look at a necromancer. My brain wouldn't allow me to process everything at once. I only picked up flashes of images. Gaping holes where eyes should be. The blackest blackness behind them, the absence of light, the opposite of it, the place where there was no good, no love or kindness or anything but empty, hollow evil. And tentacles which reached out and stretched their way toward me. I knew I should run. I should run right back to Sunderdell. My sister would die without ever knowing what happened to me. It was better that way, better than her finding out I'd met my end at the hands of a monster such as this. Bastard. I barely registered the sound of Brayden's scream as another scream, the screaming of an arrow shooting through the air and piercing two of the creature's tentacles, making it recoil in pain, snapped me out of my daze. I lit the lighter's flame and sprayed into it, creating a cloud of flame which enveloped the already pained creature and made it writhe and scream. That shriek was enough to make me want to drop my makeshift weapons and cover my ears, but there was no time for that. A pair of robed creatures was gliding outside to see what the commotion was all about. I fell back as I should have before, and was joined by a handful of the others as they shot and stabbed and eventually set fire. At first I wondered what good we were doing. The monsters were like smoke, and how could we kill smoke? Shifting and impossible to pin down. But the strategy became clear: attack the tentacles, which were the only real, solid thing about them. Their weapons. I wondered what would happen if they wrapped themselves around a person. Retreat, Brayden ordered, once the last of the three was nothing more than a pile of smoldering robes on the broken, littered ground. I didn't need to be told twice. I ran flat out, as did the rest of us, back to the relative safety of the trees we'd traveled through. Once we were safely in the vicinity of camp, with the store and its ruins well behind us, we stopped to catch our breath. I was exhilarated and terrified, and sure the memory of what I'd just seen would make it impossible to ever sleep again. Like something from the worst nightmare imaginable. Brayden was there, not far from where I'd stopped, and I went to him. "Thank you for what you did back there." I leaned against the tree, eyes closed, breathing heavy. I had come as close as I ever hoped to come to death, and Brayden was the only reason I was alive. "No problem." I opened my eyes long enough to see him looking me up and down. "This is new to you, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, you haven't done this before. Battle doesn't come naturally to you." I opened my mouth to come up with an excuse, any excuse. Some sort of story which would explain how I had walked into his camp and volunteered to go on a dangerous mission. He shook his head. "I get it. We all have to start somewhere. I had certainly never experienced battle before this." He crouched beside me and offered a drink from a bottle he pulled from a pocket on the side of his pants. "Just the fact that you're here says a lot about you." The water seemed to sour in my mouth, which was something I wouldn't expect water to do. For the first time in my life, somebody was looking at me the way I'd always wanted to be looked at. Like a hero, like somebody who was contributing. And it was for all the wrong reasons. "Why are you involved in all of this?" I asked, since we were alone, and the chance was that we wouldn't be again for a while. "You don't have to be." "What else would I be doing?" he asked with a humorless laugh. "This is it. This is what matters, right here." I looked around. It was a hopeless mess. How would humanity ever come back from something like this? "Why wouldn't you just go back to Sunderdell? I know the invasions are taking place in the north, but they won't get very far. They're bound to give up. Life is much more peaceful there than it is here. You don't owe the above ground anything." He sighed and looked down at the ground, running his fingers over a sparse patch of grass. One of the few left, it appeared. "Do you know what it means to be the fifth son in a family where birth order means everything?" I shook my head. "Believe me, it isn't easy. I was no one. Nothing. The only reason anybody gave me anything even remotely akin to respect, it was because of who my father was. Not because of anything I'd earned. And now, you risk your life every day. There's no telling what will happen tomorrow. It sounds as though you had a comfortable life in Sunderdell." I did. Too comfortable. I snorted. "Is there such a thing?" "You might be surprised." He shrugged, looking at me again. "It isn't only that. Comfort, I mean, or a sense of knowing I'll be safe tomorrow. That's no way to live life anyway, but there's more. There's somebody I'd never expected to meet. Not in a million lifetimes. She was unexpected, but now, she's everything. Alicia." "Right. Alicia." I felt terrible at first when she found out who I was. She wasn't supposed to know. I wasn't supposed to even stay around long enough for her to find out, or to care if she did find out. It got complicated, but what we had was strong enough to withstand that. I couldn't leave her now. There's no life without her. My heart sank further than it had even when I heard of Rena's condition. It had been all for nothing. I had almost died for nothing. I didn't know what to say. There was nothing to be said. He'd never come back with me, not when his eyes shone the way they did when he talked about Alicia. He was fighting for something he believed in, which meant more to him than anything his father could offer. It would have been easier if I hadn't respected him so much for standing up for himself. We made our way back to camp once Brayden was sure the coast was clear, and I couldn't help but admire the way he led us. His father would have been proud of him if he could have grasped even a fragment of what made his son the man he was. When I snuck away from the others, it was late. Pitch dark. None of them noticed the portal which still waited for me, between the two burned-out trees, behind the wrecked shell of what used to be a car. I silently wished them well as I stepped through, leaving them behind with a heavy heart. If it wasn't for Rena, I might not have gone back at all. I liked them. I wanted to prove myself worthy of their friendship. But Rena was a concern, and the most important one on my mind. I had to deliver the bad news to King Tristan, and in effect sign her death warrant. Or beg for mercy. Chapter 8. Aras. He what? Tristan's face turned deep purple as he raged, screaming and nearly tearing at his crimson robes. It was almost comical, especially knowing that had I not come face to face with the necromancer only hours earlier, he might have made an intimidating sight. As it was, all he did was irritate me. I was exhausted, filthy, and still somewhat shaken after my close call. He won't come back. I'm sorry, King Tristan. He has responsibilities up there. What about his responsibilities here? He bellowed. I came close to asking what he thought those responsibilities were. Brayden was the fifth son, nowhere near the throne. He did nothing, he earned nothing, he meant nothing. Above ground, he was somebody. Sire, forgive me. The thought of Rena made me hang my head in shame. I failed you. In my defense, there was never going to be a way to bring him back. He's that devoted to his cause. His cause. His cause. The king swept his arm across a table, causing cups and pitchers and bowls of fruit to fly in every direction and clatter to the floor. His cause is here. With his family. In his kingdom. He would feel as though he were betraying them now. He's an exceptional leader. He should be a leader here, the king informed me, eyes bulging. I was fairly sure he would drop dead if he didn't find a way to calm himself. I bit my tongue, holding back anything else that might defend Brayden's choices. I lowered my head, staring at the obsidian floor. You're right, Your Highness. Forgive me. Forgive you. Somehow, the manic high-pitched laughter which filled the room was even more frightening than anything I'd encountered thus far. Nothing good could come of laughter such as that. This has nothing to do with forgiveness, boy. It has to do with failure. Your failure to complete a simple task to my satisfaction. Sire, please. Punish me then. But do not allow my sister to die. I beg you. I was ready to drop to my knees, crawl to him, offer my life in service to him. Anything, so long as he allowed her to live. Why should I help you? I had never heard such coldness before. Ever. He was like a different man from the one he'd been when I first arrived. Like he was speaking to a stranger. No, to a rodent. I was less than nothing in his eyes. It was a struggle, fighting back the rage stirring within me, but I kept a hold on myself only by sheer force of will. Then please, allow me to go back to my sister immediately. I shall have to find another way to save her life. He scoffed. No one tells a king what to do. You'll stay here until I decide you're free to go. I would make myself comfortable if I were you, Aras. He hissed my name as though it were a curse. But, Your Highness. Rena. I ran after him as he hurried out of the throne room, wringing my hands, pleading, begging. You'll be shown to your chambers, he announced over his shoulder, not bothering to look me in the eye as he decided my sister should die, and I should be his prisoner for as long as he saw fit. Chapter 9. Aras. I gazed out the window of my chambers, out over the lands which surrounded the keep and beyond, to where my hut sat. Where my sister lay dying. Why the hell did I think King Tristan would help? It was nearly morning. Had it really only been a day since I'd arrived at the hut and found my sister on her deathbed? Was it possible that so much had transpired since then? I turned away, sliding down the wall until I sat on the floor and drawing my knees close to my chest. There were far more comfortable places to sit. The room was hardly the sort of place one would imagine when they thought of being a prisoner. A soft warm bed. A lounge chair covered in the softest animal hide, placed in front of a crackling fire. I'd bathed and even managed to sleep for a few hours, but there was no calming the storm inside me. I had to get back to Rena. I had to find a way to save her. The door wasn't locked. I had made sure to pay attention when the guard showed me in and closed it behind me. There was no clicking sound, nothing to indicate that I was to stay there. Where did the corridor lead to? Could I perhaps get out? Whoever was guarding the gates had been there all night. There wasn't a shift change until morning. I had been watching for it, hoping to get an idea of when the men who sat at the gate would be the most tired and confused. This would be a good time to leave. There was no way I could scale the wall which ran around the palace. I had to go through the gate. The door hardly made a noise as I opened it, and I offered silent thanks to whoever was in charge of keeping the hinges greased. The corridor was empty, silent, most of the keep in their chambers at that time of night. I tiptoed down its length, my head swiveling from side to side, nearly holding my breath as I strained my ears for any sound which meant I'd been discovered. It wasn't until I was outside that I dared breathe a bit more freely, but there was still the matter of the gate. I hid in the shadow of a large, rambling tree as I waited for any movement from a guard. It had to have been 5 minutes, but still, there was nothing. Either they were sleeping on the job, or they'd deserted their post. I decided to take a chance and make a run for it. That was when I saw him. Just as burly and foul-smelling as the guard I'd met on my first arrival. He was on the other side of the gate, with his back to the wall, his head tilted back, and his mouth hanging open. His snores were a thing of wonder, like small explosions every time he drew breath. I would have to run the moment I could get through the gate, and as fast as I could. It wouldn't be difficult to outrun him. It was mounted guards I was worried about. My hand found the lever, my eyes never leaving the hulking, sleeping form of the guard. I breathed a silent prayer to any of the gods who happened to be watching and lifted the lever, causing the iron gate to rise. It creaked and groaned, and my heart leapt into my throat when the guard snorted and shifted in place, obviously disturbed by the sudden noise. I lowered the lever until it was in a neutral position, holding the gate in place less than 2 feet from the ground, and dropped to my stomach before slithering through as quietly as possible. He didn't budge. I pressed myself to the wall and slid along it, always watching him, until I knew I was in the clear and took off at a dead run away from the keep. I could only maintain that pace for a mile or so, and made the rest of the journey at a trot, my intention fixed on reaching the hut before anyone realized I was gone. The more time I could put between myself and the king's guards, the better. Chapter 10. Aras. Uncle Horace looked up in surprise when I burst through the front door and barreled toward my room in the rear of the hut. What happened? No time. From what I saw when I entered, Rena was no better, but no worse that I could tell. I pulled a backpack from a hook on the wall and got to work. You have to tell me something. What are you in such a hurry for? The king tried to imprison me, I muttered, knowing Rena was probably too deep in slumber to hear, but not wanting to take a chance. I was unable to bring Brayden back from the above ground, which was his price for helping Rena. Oh no. I was too busy packing to look his way, but he sounded devastated. Yes. He was very angry. I had to escape, and there's no telling when he'll send somebody back here for her, or me. What do you plan to do with her now? He asked, looking fretful. I want you to take her to your home, I ordered, shoving things into my backpack at random. What? You heard me, Uncle. I pushed past him, perhaps a little harder than was strictly necessary, on my way to the trunk at the foot of my pallet bed. Inside were the 2 weapons I'd trained most on, the crossbow, which I'd used nearly every day while hunting, and my sword. One of the few things that was truly mine, crafted especially for me at my father's request. Meant to be taken into battle once I was able to join the army. It would be used in battle, all right. Only not the battle I had foreseen. I strapped the scabbard to my back and turned to him. He was deep in thought, stroking his chin. Do you think it's wise? Taking her on a journey like that? She's so weak. She'll be able to make it to the village, I said, tossing him a few coins out of the remainder still left at the bottom of the trunk. The little bag in which I'd stored them had grown lighter over time, until it was nearly weightless. This should be enough to rent out a wagon in which she can rest during the trip. It took us all night to get here from there. So, you should make it before nightfall if you leave immediately. I held up my hands to silence him when he began to raise another protest. It needs to be this way, Uncle Horace. The king knows where this hut is. He might come in and burn it to the ground for all I know. I won't risk that. She needs to get out of here, and now. Where are you going? To the above ground. I have a plan. What plan? All alone? He followed me to the front room, where Rena was still sleeping, in spite of the ruckus we raised. I knelt at her side, ignoring my uncle's questions in favor of mopping her brow with a cool cloth. She stirred, not unhappily, and I placed a kiss on her cheek. Yes? Alone. I strode outside, heading straight for the old well. It was covered out of necessity, to prevent outsiders from crossing into our village without our knowing. An enhancement my father had suggested years earlier, after an invasion from dragons who'd portaled to the above ground, then to Sunder Dell via the portal in the well. I pried open the wooden cover and looked down into the darkness below. This is too dangerous, my uncle protested. I turned to him with a scowl. You're the one who rode here with me, though that too was dangerous. Are you not? Yes, I am. And you know better than anyone what my sister means to me, as she's all I have left in the world. Do you deny it? He raised his chin, though there was still fear in his eyes. I do not. I merely wish for you to share your plan with me before you go. I don't know that I'd be able to sleep at night without knowing what you want to try. I glanced back at the hut, seeing my sister through the open doorway. I'm going to kidnap a dragon. You're joking. Do I look or sound like this is a joke? I snarled. I met several of them above ground, and believe one of their leaders considers me a friend. I didn't want to reveal just who it was, since Horace would have recognized the name. So you'll kidnap one of them and bring them back? Correct. One of the fighters who my friend commands. He trusts me, so they will too. We need dragon blood. It's not as if I'm going to kill whoever it is. They can go back once we're finished, and she's better. What about a shaman? He asked, as though I needed the reminder that this wasn't the ideal plan. I'll worry about that when the time comes. One thing at a time, please. I looked at him. You'll do this? Take her home with you, I mean? He shrugged, looking like a man caught in an impossible snare. What choice do I have? I can't allow harm to come to her. Immediately. The moment you're gone. He sounded unconvinced that he was doing the right thing, but full of resolve that he would do it nonetheless. Thank you. I'll come back as soon as I have what I need. I promise. Before he had the chance to ask any further questions or try to hold me back, I jumped into the well which concealed the portal, knowing just where it would take me.
Chapter 11. Declan. Just relax and stay as still as you can. Eva's voice was even, steady, just the way it always sounded. I wondered if she ever got tired of sounding so bland. It was a way to keep me calm, or so I guessed. To soothe me. Like I was some sort of wounded animal, or a child to be placated. What neither she nor Ceana understood was how it enraged me to be spoken to like that. How were they supposed to heal me when they made no attempt at understanding how I thought? I was staying still, I muttered through clenched teeth. Then keep doing that, she murmured just as smooth as always. I clenched my teeth harder and focused every ounce of energy on getting better. It had to work at some point, didn't it? All the treatments she was applying. She whispered to herself, like she always did, words which were just foreign enough to my ears to be incomprehensible. I thought I might have caught a little bit here or there which made vague sense, but I never quite understood what she was saying, and it irritated me even more. I had no control over anything around me. I couldn't even understand the spells which were supposed to heal me. I was in the middle of just such dark, bitter thoughts when a flash of light pierced my eyes. Just a flash, over almost as soon as it appeared, but it was something. I jumped, startled. What is it? There was knowing in her voice. As though the question was nothing but a courtesy. A flash of light. Bright. Extremely. Is it still there? No, I muttered, fists tightening. No, it's gone now. Everything's as dark as before. But it was an improvement. Even a brief one is better than nothing, she reminded me. I groaned, turning my face away. Can't you ever just tell me what you're really thinking? What do you mean? I mean, you feed me these courtesies. You do everything you can to buck up my spirits. I'm not used to being treated that way. I see. And how should I treat you then? Like a man. Like a grown man who's led soldiers. Who's respected by them. Who knows how to fight and defend himself. Somebody who's capable. Not an invalid, not a cripple. I would never call you either of those things. Your condition is temporary anyway. You won't be this way forever. I don't deal well with feeling powerless. I understand that feeling. I do. She sat beside me, and her hand was cool on the back of mine. I didn't pull away. I would never have admitted it, not for anything, but the contact was something I'd been craving for days. I had never understood how even the slightest touch could feel like so much more when a person was almost utterly isolated. I was like a dry sponge, soaking up any drop of moisture near it. Welcoming that moisture, needing more. Almost greedy for it. How would you understand? You're a witch, aren't you? A healer. You have power. It wasn't always so, I can assure you. She seemed to be laughing at herself, but gently. What do you mean? None of us are born with our full powers. They have to be developed. I'm sure you weren't born knowing how to fight, were you? Of course not. Though you strike me as a natural leader. You're only saying that to get on my good side. If you want to believe that, I can't stop you, she replied. Though it isn't so. I wonder why you don't want to go home to continue your healing, though. If you've garnered respect there, I mean. Why do you hide here? I'm not hiding. Just when she'd smoothed down my rough edges a bit, she had to ask a question like that. I didn't tell Ceana where to bring me, remember? I wasn't even conscious. You've been here for a week, she reasoned. There's no reason why you can't travel now. You're getting stronger all the time. It's not a matter of physical strength, I argued, and I wished more than I ever had that she would mind her own business. What is it then? Who are you? Why do you ask all these questions? My business is my business. I was curious. I'm sorry. You're right. It's none of my affair. She got up, busied herself around the room. I'd grown accustomed to hearing her moving through the space, so much so that I could almost envision what was all around me. A window, I could feel the cool night air coming through it, could smell the forest below us. We were up high, wherever we were. A tower, perhaps. We were too far above the trees to hear much activity from the birds. There had to be a table beneath the window. Whenever she stood at it, the breeze carried the scent of her to my nose. A sweet scent, slightly musky, but the musk could have been from the salve she was always mixing up to apply to my eyes. She said the swelling was going down rapidly, and I could feel the truth of that. The skin around my eyes no longer felt so tight. Whatever she was using, it worked. She even stayed in the room with me, on a small bed or couch or something, along the opposite wall. The light, even sound of her breathing when she slept had already become second nature to me. I could relax when she was asleep, fully and truly relax. I didn't have to answer uncomfortable questions or guard myself against her sharp, probing observations. Even so, as much as I hated answering her questions or even giving her the satisfaction of proving her observations correct, her questions had stirred up discomfort which I needed to voice. I would explode if I didn't. You want to know why I don't want to go home? I asked, my face still turned away from her. I did, but it's clearly not something you wish to discuss. Since when is that a problem for you? I asked snidely. I'll tell you. There are 2 reasons, actually. The first, I don't feel as though it's my home anymore, probably because it isn't. It's Ceana's home. She overthrew my father, and there isn't anyone in Onifall who opposes the move. Only when my father was in power was Valaport my home. The palace holds nothing for me anymore. I'm sure that if the townsfolk found out I was still living there, they would stage a revolt. I was never under the impression that you were disliked, personally. The second, I continued, ignoring her attempt at placating me, is that I would rather throw myself from the window of this tower than allow anyone there to see what's happened to me. How did you know we were in a tower? She asked. My sharp powers of observation, I retorted, smirking. You don't believe the people who know you would understand how you came to be injured? I think they would understand just beautifully, which is what I don't want. Their pity. I don't want pity. Understanding and pity aren't the same thing. They might as well be. No, thank you. I don't need it. I don't want it. I would rather never go back there again, not for any reason, than leave myself open to pity. Understanding. Don't play with words, I snarled. I'm not in the mood for it. Fine. Have it your way, Declan. She moved even further away from me, toward the door. Panic gripped my heart like a vice, and I sat up. She was leaving me. I would be alone. I hadn't considered that. Where are you going? Nowhere. I wasn't going anywhere. You were leaving, weren't you? I was losing my mind. That had to be it. I was going crazy, locked away like a prisoner in a self-imposed prison. What was I supposed to do when she wasn't there with me? How was I supposed to exist on my own when the best I could do was a brief flash of light? I got up, crossing the room with uneven steps, waving my arms around in front of me. Declan, don't. Just go. Why was I telling her to go? I knew I needed her. But I didn't want her to know. I didn't want anyone to know. Go, leave me here, I would rather be alone. You don't mean that. Don't tell me what I mean. My shin caught the edge of what Eva probably used as a bed, and I fell over it, my shoulder hitting the stone wall with a resounding crack. I pushed her hands away when I felt her reaching for me and stood up, determined to take care of myself. I plunged forward, straight into a pillar which toppled to the floor with a crash. The candles. Eva pulled me back in time, but I could sure enough feel the heat from the burning candles as they rolled around my feet. She blew them out as I stood there stock still, filled with shame. I'd blundered around the room like a senseless animal, and for what? All I'd done was make a fool of myself and almost burn down the tower. She brushed past me, her robes swishing on the stone, and the realization that I might have knocked the candles onto them left me shaken. Are you finished? She asked as she led me back to the bed. For the first time in a week, there was impatience in her voice. She sounded more real than she ever had before. I shouldn't have done that. You're correct. When I was seated, she went about straightening up the mess I'd made. I'm more than happy to guide you around, help you make sense of your surroundings. You're more than strong enough now. But it's folly to think you're able to navigate on your own. I realize that now. You shouldn't allow your new disability to dictate the way you see yourself, but you do need to make allowances for it. I realize that too. I had never felt so much like a naughty child, and I deserved every bit of her ire. She sounded the way my tutors used to, back when I refused to pay attention during lessons. I'd thought I was above their teaching, after all, I didn't need it. My father was the overlord, and Onifall would be mine one day. I would merely have to snap my fingers to make those around me fall in line. Book learning was a waste of time. So I'd thought. Life certainly had changed, though it was never going to be the way I'd envisioned it once, as a spoiled, headstrong boy. Please accept my apology. I was a brute. I nearly choked on the words, but they needed to be spoken. She deserved to know just how sorry I was for putting her in an awkward position. It took a long time for her to respond, the empty seconds dragging by, each one adding to the certainty that I'd broken something between us. She'd only tried to heal me, and I'd rewarded her with my anger and bitterness. "I accept your apology," she sighed. "Thank you. You won't do anything like that again." "I promise I won't. When I want to get around, I'll ask for assistance." That stuck in my throat too, but it was what she needed to hear. "Thank you. You know, this may come as a shock, but asking for assistance is a form of strength. It takes much more courage to admit when we need help than to stubbornly insist we need no one but ourselves." I snorted. "How would you know about that?" She didn't answer, and shame filled me once again. She didn't have to say a word to shame me. I was doing just fine on my own. Instead of pressing the subject, I asked a question along with another line of thinking. "Can you do something for me? Something not related to my treatment?" "I'll do my best." "It shouldn't be difficult. Since I can't see you, I've only been able to imagine you in my mind. I'm afraid I have nothing to go on except your general height. Can you describe yourself to me, so I can imagine you closer to what you really look like?" "Of course." It sounded as though she was smiling. "Let's see. What do you want to know? You know I'm fairly short, especially when compared to someone as tall as you. My skin is pale, no matter how much time I spend in the sun. It never darkens as human skin does, and even witches sometimes do." "And even witches." Her choice of words revealed more than she'd intended. She spoke about them as though she wasn't one of them. "What else?" I prompted. "Your eyes? Your hair?" "My eyes are green," she replied. I wondered if her pale cheeks had suddenly gone pink. She sounded as though she were smiling in nervous embarrassment. "My hair is very long and thick and naturally wavy. I can never get it to lie still, so I normally wind it into a braid or twist it into a bun to keep it out of my way. Otherwise, it's a distraction when I'm working." "What color?" "A mix of blonde and green. More on the green side." "Green?" It all made sense. "You're a dryad, aren't you?" "You know about dryads?" she asked, not bothering to confirm what I'd guessed, which told me I was correct. "Of course. I know of their existence. I'm curious as to how a dryad came to train with witches." "Ah, well." The movement of her robes told me she'd risen to her feet. "That's a story for another time. Perhaps when you begin cooperating, and I mean fully cooperating in spirit as well as in body, I'll tell you more of my history. It seems like a fair bargain, does it not?" If I could have rolled my eyes, I would have, even though she made a good point. I hadn't been fully cooperating, not in spirit. Too busy resenting my condition, resenting the feeling of hopelessness and helplessness. Certain that the nightly replay of my father's last horrible minutes was the punishment I had to bear for the rest of my life. "All right," I replied grudgingly. "We'll do it your way. And you'll tell me more about yourself." "I always honor my word." Chapter 12. Declan. "Stop where you are. Stay there." "Excuse me?" Ceana's reply was halfway between a laugh and a warning. Clearly, she wasn't accustomed to anyone speaking to her that way. Eva chuckled from across the room. "I only meant that when you stand in front of the window, as you are now, I can almost see you." "You can?" I was sure I'd never heard her sound so delighted. She reminded me of Lily so much I could hardly breathe. The memory of her, of what had almost come to pass between us, was a wound which wouldn't heal nearly as quickly or as neatly as the scars on my face. "Your outline. Your hair. I can make it out fairly clearly. The rest of you is a blur," I admitted. "But that's tremendous progress. I'm so delighted for you." She took my hand, squeezing hard. "You'll be back to full sight in no time at all." "I hope so." "As do I, and not only because I hate to see you suffering," she replied, pulling over a chair and taking a seat. "Would you like something to drink?" I got up, counted out the steps it took to cross the room to where the pitcher sat. "Are you sure you can do that?" she asked. "He's been working hard to become more self-sufficient," Eva explained. I wondered if she knew how proud she sounded when she reported that fact. Probably because it was all thanks to her patience and persistence that I was progressing as I was. "You know me fairly well by now," I said to Ceana as I poured her a cup of wine, just to show that I could. "You know I don't take well to having others do things for me." "That's true," she replied, taking the cup from me when I offered it. "Why else do you hope my recovery proceeds quickly?" I prompted, taking a seat on the bed. I spent less and less time in it every day. My strength was back to normal. I was merely waiting on my eyesight to catch up. "Frankly, I need you. Badly. Your advice, your expertise." "You need me?" I hardly believed it. A witch as powerful as she. Someone with the strength and ability to defeat Morvania? She needed me. "There are things I can't begin to understand," she confided in a low voice. I had the impression that our conversation shouldn't reach beyond the walls of the room we sat in. "Such as?" "Your expertise on the field of battle, for one." "There's a battle in Onifall?" No, not in Onifall proper," she hurried to explain, "but I'm worried that we'll have to fight battles elsewhere. Especially Sunderdell." "The treaty with the Dusk Elves," I murmured as things began to make sense. "Right. I take it the necromancers didn't decide to be polite and leave then." "Sadly, no. However, if there's one positive aspect in all of this, it's that the Dusk Elves know a bit more about necromancers than the humans in the above did when they were first attacked. It's not as simple for them to wreak havoc." "I suppose that's a benefit," I said, though the words soured in my mouth. There was nothing positive about necromancers invading any of the worlds. "And there are Dusk Elves fighting in the above too, if I remember correctly." "Right. They're taking what they've learned back to Sunderdell and sharing it. I have faith that they'll eventually give up and move on to what they feel are more viable targets, that is, if they aren't defeated before then." "What do you think I can do about any of this?" I couldn't help but simmer with barely suppressed rage at the thought of so much pain and death, and me sitting in a tower waiting to get my eyesight back. "I need you to help train your soldiers, of course. In case the time comes when the Dusk Elves call upon Onifall for assistance. What better way to solidify our treaty than to pull us into the fight as a show of good faith? Yes. I'm sure they'll eventually call on you." I tried to imagine what I would do if I were in her place, commanding a legion of brave, daring warriors who had never seen anything like a necromancer, even if they'd trained from the moment they were born. I knew from my brief visit to Lily that things weren't looking good in the above ground, where she was originally from. Monsters had torn the city to shreds, and had been doing a good job of picking off the members of the ragtag army my cousin had assembled. I bristled at the thought of him. "This is why I need you," Ceana insisted. "Even if you could come back now." "No. I won't do that." I felt Eva join me, standing by my side, and knew she wouldn't disagree in front of Ceana. "Even if it means the difference between saving the men you've trained or leaving them to perish?" I sighed, looking away. I couldn't stand even facing the dim outline of her, knowing there had to be a pool of disappointment in her eyes. "I have faith in them. They'll be able to conduct themselves bravely." "But you don't have enough faith in them to believe they'll be able to accept you the way you are right now." She stood abruptly, her voice sharp. "I see. I thought I could come to you for advice. I thought your honor would still matter, even in the face of something like this. I thought something bigger than any of us, maybe bigger than all of us put together, would shake you out of this self-imposed confinement and bring you back to people you still matter to very much. I was mistaken." "Wait." I put my hand up to halt her. She was a bit heavy-handed when it came to laying on the guilt, but I couldn't help crumbling a bit when she reminded me of how much bigger the necromancers were than my disability. I chewed on my lip then. "Are they running drills? Or are they lazing about in light of my absence?" "They're drilling twice daily," she replied, the information at the forefront of her mind. The fact that she didn't have to think about told me she was either closely involved with them, or had been briefed before seeing me, knowing I would ask such questions. "I want the armorers working in shifts, night and day, to ensure that their equipment is as strong as can be. Breastplates, helmets, all of it. I want the medics fully stocked and ready to leave at a moment's notice. And I believe that allowing the Dragon Guard to take trips to Sunder Dell, perhaps once or twice daily, along with a new handful of infantry every time, would be in our best interest. Let the men see what they could be dealing with, should the time come. But they're to keep their distance, of course." "Naturally," she replied smoothly. "Anything else?" "If I think of anything, I'll send word to you." "Thank you, Declan." "I suppose it's you I should be thanking," I replied. "I suppose I'm slightly appalled at myself for having taken so long. I've been here for nearly 2 weeks and I haven't yet thanked you for killing that witch." "You're welcome. I only did what needed to be done, and I wish I could have been there sooner." "Yes, well, what's done is done." And that was all I was able to say about it, before emotion threatened to choke me. She understood evidently, and let the matter drop. "Keep up the good work," she murmured, and I knew she was speaking to Eva. When we were alone again, Eva cleared her throat. "Yes?" I asked, turning my face in her direction. "What?" "When you clear your throat like that, it means you have something to say and are leading up to it." I imagined her standing there, her hair in a long green-hued braid which trailed down her back. I dared to reach out and stroke the end of that braid only once, where it reached her waist, and the softness of it had been remarkable. It was the only part of her I had ever touched. She chuckled. "You've been paying attention to me. There isn't much else I can do, is there? Besides listening to what was around me, creating images in my mind. Oftentimes, in the morning, when my vision was better, before it deteriorated as the day went on, what I managed to make out was close to what I'd been imagining. Those days gave me hope that perhaps I would heal and put the entire ordeal behind me. I was only going to point out that you're more important than you want to believe. That's all." She sounded shy, which was uncharacteristic of her. Important. What a lovely fantasy. I was important once, or I thought I was. With my father no longer in power or alive, and considering the circumstances under which he left Onifall, I would hardly call myself important now. There are things which matter much more than being important. Such as being respected. Not feared. Not blindly followed. But respected. I'm sure you're those things too. I couldn't help but snort in derision. She didn't know my family very well, did she?
Chapter 13. Aras. I was in control as I entered the above ground, no longer at the mercy of Tristan or anybody else. Amazing how that gave me added confidence. I shifted the backpack to one shoulder and adjusted the straps holding the crossbow and sword against my other shoulder and set off toward camp. The portal hadn't led me to the same spot as before, but close. I was outside camp, but near enough to see the tents and fires, to hear tired laughter coming from the weary fighters. I remembered seeing rabbits roasting on the fire, and wondered if there might be a way to gain added trust. If I could find something more substantial in the woods, I'd be the hero of the moment. Besides, I was starving. Rabbit wasn't going to cut it. With this in mind, I turned toward the woods rather than continuing toward camp. And I almost ran straight into a dragon girl, rather into the sword she was wielding. For a split second I thought, this is it, it's over, they know I'm here to take one of them. It was only when I caught sight of the absolute terror in her eyes that I knew I had nothing to worry about. "Oh no. I'm so sorry." She lowered the sword, eyes downcast. "I was only practicing, and you came out of nowhere." "Yes, well, you need to be careful where you're swinging that thing. It was nearly as big as she was. You're not skilled with using a sword, are you?" She tossed her head back, silvery hair blowing around her head like a cloud in the faint breeze. "What of it? Haven't you ever heard of practicing?" "Yes, of course, but there's something to be said for having instruction instead of merely swinging around a deadly weapon. I glanced back toward camp. Why not ask somebody to help you? You'll be better off once you know the right way to use it. Oh, that can't happen. She reached out and grabbed my forearm, digging her short nails into my flesh. Please, don't tell anybody that you saw me using this. I only found it on the ground, is all. What's the big secret? She looked over my shoulder, like she was afraid we were being watched. If Cade found out I was trying to learn to use a sword, he'd lose his mind. He's forbidden me from fighting. I've already. Her eyes lost focus, as though she were seeing something very far away. I've already had a close call with them. I didn't need to ask who she was referring to. And Cade's word is law. I knew without asking, but felt it only right to confirm. Of course. Haven't you met him? Briefly, I said. We hadn't been properly introduced, but I had seen enough to know that he was the leader. And judging from the silver hair and skin, they were probably related, though she hadn't made mention of it. Perhaps she was trying to keep it under wraps. I peeled her hand off my arm. I was just here last night. I went back home to get some proper weapons. I see. She looked over my shoulder again. Please, please don't tell him you found me with this. And that I almost took your head off with it. I couldn't help but snort. I would hardly say you nearly took my head off. You might have punctured my windpipe. Maybe. But that's as far as you would have gone. Don't make fun of me, she warned. All right. I'm not making fun. I'll be honest instead. The peace between Dusk Elves and dragons is tenuous at best. I won't risk breaking it by keeping a secret from Cade. And it would help bring us closer, and gain even more of his trust if I told him of his sister's secret. I felt only the slightest twinge of sympathy when her face fell. She seemed like a nice girl. I'm going hunting, I said. So your secret is safe for a little while longer. When I strode forward, she didn't try to stop me. Instead, she followed me. I pretended not to notice or care, though I couldn't help but wonder what she was playing at. Following me, so she would know when I finished the hunt and was on my way back. Or perhaps thinking she could get me to change my mind. She was sorely mistaken if she thought that would happen. I picked up my pace, the rumbling of my empty stomach dictating my speed. She fell back, but only a little. I could still hear her footsteps on the rock terrain behind me as I entered the woods. Just like that, the sky went from light to dark. Not full dark and still enough to see by, but a drastic difference. Like entering the grounds of the keep when the rest of the world was full of sunshine. I pulled the crossbow from my shoulder and armed it, watching my step while keeping an ear out for any game. She was still back there, somewhere. I hoped for her sake that she had sense enough to keep her distance. It took even less time than I'd expected for a deer to wander out into a small clearing, where a natural indentation in the land had become a pond of sorts. I could only imagine how much ash was in that water, carried on the wind, but the deer didn't seem to mind as it lowered its nose to the surface and began to lap noisily. I waited until it was fully distracted before I let loose an arrow. It seized in pain and surprise before dropping to the ground. I took the rope from my bag as I went to the fallen animal. The arrow had pierced its heart just as I'd intended, and death had come swiftly. I tied up its hind legs, threw the ends of the rope over a thick tree limb, and hauled the deer into the air before tying the rope off on another limb. The knife felt as familiar in my hand as part of my body, having been used to dress dozens of deer and other animals in the years that I'd been hunting for sustenance. I went to work. The silver-haired girl was still behind me, still approaching. With the deer dead and on its way to becoming a meal for the camp, I was less wary of her presence. It was clear I held an interest for her, though I couldn't understand why. Maybe she'd never seen a full-grown buck go down that easily. Maybe she had never seen what happened after the killing. I worked quickly, not bothering to turn her way. But I could still monitor her progress with my ears. A crashing noise drowned out the sound of her tentative footsteps, and I turned to find two shaking, shambling creatures bursting out from behind a tall shrub. One of them was once a man, tall and long-haired, who wore a leather jacket and boots. The jacket was caked with muck and dried blood and what looked like brain matter, though it could have been my imagination running away. Half of his scalp was missing, what was left of his hair hanging in his face in knotted, blood-matted clumps. The one visible eye was gray, flat, clouded over, but focused on me. His companion had been a woman when she was alive, the type who wore business suits and took meetings. She still wore a skirt and one high-heeled shoe, which made her gait that much more uneven as she hobbled toward me. Her silk blouse hung in tatters around the gaping wound in her midsection, where they had probably pulled her apart. The undead who had killed her and made her one of their own. And that was the fate in store for me and the silver-haired dragon girl whose name I hadn't yet learned, if something wasn't done to stop them. My eyes darted back and forth, searching frantically for the crossbow. It was behind me, where I'd left it after felling the deer, too far away. The gruesome duo was gaining on me. I only had my knife. The man's bony, crusty fingers closed over my wrist. I slashed at him with the bloody knife until he fell back. "Run!" I yelled, not looking back at the girl since I was too busy fighting off the two undead who were trying desperately to kill me. Even with their lack of coordination, they were vicious foes. I slashed and stabbed, darting back and forth, hoping to back up far enough to reach the crossbow with time to arm it. The odds weren't in my favor. The woman grabbed for my arm with the knife at the end, and I couldn't shake her off no matter how hard I yanked. An otherworldly scream rose up from just beside me, and a flash of metal caught my attention as the dragon girl lowered the sword, cutting off the dead woman's arm. I barely had time to react before she screamed again, the scream of a warrior queen, swinging the sword in a wide arc and slicing off the dead woman's head. The man still came at me, and I finally had the presence of mind to reach behind me for the sword I'd forgotten was strapped to my back. My hand closed over the hilt and I withdrew it, then neatly beheaded the wretched creature. His body fell for the last time and went still. The only sound after that was our heavy, ragged breathing. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen, what I'd just done. What had almost happened to me, and with a sword strapped to my back, no less. I had lost my senses, acting purely on instinct, forgetting that I had a perfectly good weapon the whole time. "Thank you," I breathed, hands on my knees. I picked up the sword where I had dropped it, and went to the water to wash it off before returning it to the scabbard. "No problem," she gasped, leaning against a tree. I took a good look at her again, wondering just how badly I'd underestimated her. She wasn't just a silly, weak little girl who thought she could play at being a fighter. She had grit. She was fierce. "I owe you one, so I won't tell your brother about your swordplay," I agreed, albeit reluctantly. I'd be dead if it weren't for her and that sword she'd found. "Thank you." She pointed to the sword as I slid it into its scabbard, still on my back. "You want to pay me back for saving you? Teach me how to use a sword like that." I froze momentarily. She had a one-track mind, didn't she? "Why do you want to learn so badly?" "Because I'm tired of not being able to fight. You've seen me. You saw what I did. I'm strong and I'm tough and I want to kill those things." She glanced over at where the bodies had fallen, and her lip curled in disgust. She'd mentioned having a close call once, hadn't she? It seemed almost cruel then, to leave her defenseless. "What about a staff?" I asked. "Don't all dragons have them?" "Only special dragons have them," she informed me, rolling her eyes. "I've never been that special. Besides, I want a sword. Not a staff. I hate to tell you this, but Dusk Elf swords are intended only to be used by the one they're made for." "I don't know who your sword belonged to," I said, gesturing toward the dented old thing she'd used to kill the attacker, "but it won't do you any good to learn on something like that. And you won't be able to use mine." "I'm sorry." Her face fell. "Why are they so special? I thought only the staff was meant for its specific user. Don't you know the history of the swords the Dusk Elves make?" She shook her head. It made sense, I supposed. Why would she have learned history which didn't pertain to dragons? Especially since our two species had never gotten along. I sat on a moss-covered stump, still hungry but grateful for the excuse to rest for a minute. She sat with her back to the trunk of the tree she'd been leaning against. Long ago, before the divide between elves and dragons, it was the Dusk Elves who created the staves the dragons used. Elves were the craftsmen, and their work was renowned throughout all the many worlds. One of the elves fell in love with the dragon maiden, and she with him. I remembered hearing the story so many times as a child, I could recite it without thinking. And I could imagine it the way I always had, too. The beautiful maiden and the humble elf. Of course, I continued, raising an eyebrow as my father always had when he recounted the tale, this was no ordinary dragon maiden. She was the daughter of the king, and she was already betrothed to the son of a champion dragon shifter, known far and wide for his brave deeds. But they were in love nonetheless, the maiden and the elf. I had a captive audience. The girl listened raptly, leaning forward ever so slightly. One day, during a great battle, the maiden's betrothed died in battle. It was determined that his staff was faulty, that it had failed him. And guess who had created the staff? She gasped. The elf who was in love with the maiden. Too right, I nodded. The dragons were furious. They accused the elf of sabotaging the staff, once it was discovered that he was in love with the king's daughter. War erupted over this. There was one problem. The staves which the elves created wouldn't turn against their creators, no matter how the dragons tried to use them to fight. So, after many failed attempts at destroying the Dusk Elves, the dragons banished them instead. To Sunderdell. Oh no. It's not the worst place imaginable, I assured her. But it's not ideal. That was the divide. That was the beginning of the troubles between our kinds. What about the elf and the maiden? She asked, a little breathless. You won't like what happened, I warned. I didn't think I would. This doesn't seem like a story with a happy ending. I chuckled darkly. Unfortunately, the elf died in battle. When the king's daughter found out about this, she knew she couldn't live without him. She killed herself. I nodded. She frowned, looked away. I had warned her, after all.
Chapter 14. Oriana. What a story. What was I supposed to say after a story like that? I looked at the elf, who was fairly handsome for a Dusk Elf. Perhaps. And he was good with his sword. I admired him for that. And I realized something. I don't know your name. He smiled. But it didn't keep you from saving my life. I felt myself blushing and wished he wouldn't keep bringing that up. I hadn't thought about it. I'd only acted on instinct. We didn't have the time for that, I reminded him. True enough. My name is Aras. He stood stretching a little, giving me a look at all of him. He wasn't as tall as Cade, but that was because he wasn't a dragon. He and Braddon were roughly the same height and build. Good thing I'd gotten to know Braddon and a few of the other elves back at the camp, or else I might not have been so inclined to follow Aras into the woods. I'm Oriana. I stood too, looking back toward camp. Are you staying with us? I don't remember ever seeing you before. He shook his head. I only came through for the first time last night, and I went home to get some supplies. I want to join the battle. My village is fairly remote, so we didn't get word of what was happening in the above ground until just recently. But I thought you hated dragon shifters. Most Dusk Elves do. I couldn't help but bring it up. I needed to know which side he fell on. Granted, he hadn't told me off or cursed me for being who I was, but there was no telling when a person's true colors would come shining through. I didn't want to wait until we were in the middle of a battle to find out he was willing to give me up in favor of his own safety. He only shook his head with a grim chuckle. Those are the old ways, the old prejudices. Those of us who weren't around for the divide are willing to look at things differently. I agree, I whispered before I had the chance to stop myself. I had never understood why there was so much hatred between our kinds anyway. I'd only ever been taught that Dusk Elves were our enemies, and that they would destroy us if given the chance. They weren't to be trusted or even looked upon. Besides, he slung his bag over one shoulder, the crossbow over the other. We have an enemy in common now. It makes sense that we'd forge an alliance, right? You make a good point. He had an easy smile and a warm nature. I already saw him as a friend, or almost a friend. I'd saved his life. He owed me. It was as close to a friendship as we could build, given the circumstances. Living in the middle of a war zone. I wanted more than anything to have a sword of my own, like the kind he'd described. The nightmares never seemed to stop, no matter how much time had passed since those terrible days when the necromancers held me captive. Not a night went by that I didn't wake up drenched in sweat, sure I'd find them hovering above my makeshift bed. I couldn't spend another day knowing I'd be at their mercy if they chose to take me back. Or if they attempted to kill me. And I was darn good with a sword already, as I had proven by killing that undead woman. It was all instinct and reflex, plus a good deal of rage. I had seen too much, lost too much to let any of them get away from me once they'd made the mistake of coming too close. Training, with a weapon of my own, would only make it easier for me to take more of them out. I sized Aras up. It would be better for him not to know Cade was my brother. If he did, he'd turn me down flat. Even though he didn't know much about the way we conducted things, or, rather the way my brother conducted them, I'd already warned him against telling on me. He had to know Cade was important. Well, I said, wiping my dirty hands on my oversized pants which came from a pile of clothes we'd looted from a deserted shopping mall, what next? I want you to train me, and you have to since you owe me one. You said so yourself. Don't I get a say in what I owe you? He asked. No. And you've already said I can't train with a dented sword, though I'm not sure why not. It did well enough earlier. It did, but it wouldn't be the same. He shook his head. It was almost too easy. As though he was willingly walking into my trap. Could it be this easy? Was I missing something? What do we do then? He shrugged. I suppose we have to go to Sunder Dell, to get one made for you. Yes. Exactly what I wanted. I fought to keep a smile of triumph off my face. It wouldn't do for him to know how happy he'd made me. How do we get there? I asked instead of whooping and hollering for joy. There's a portal not far from camp, where I came through earlier. It leads to the outskirts. It wouldn't take long for us to get where we need to go, and come back. If we left at dawn tomorrow, we could even be back before nightfall. I almost couldn't believe it. And you'll teach me how to use it? As you wish. Do we really have to wait until dawn? He chuckled. Not one for being patient, are you? It isn't one of my stronger qualities. It'll be better to wait. You know, things in certain parts of Sunder Dell are just the way they are here, perhaps not as drastic but still dangerous. It's been advised that we not travel after the sun sets. Even if we don't run into any of our friends, he threw an ugly glare at the bodies on the ground, we don't want to run into any of the king's patrolmen. I understand. But I didn't have to like it. My body fairly hummed with excitement. I was going to get a sword of my very own, just for me. And there was nothing Cade could say about it, once it was in my possession, because it would be too late. Come on. He went to the deer, still hanging from the tree. Help me get this back to camp. We'll both be heroes. I followed him, and was suddenly wary. You won't. I won't tell anyone about what happened here, he promised. We wouldn't want them to know how deadly you are with a sword, though I have to admit that I'm not sure why not. I'd think it would be something to be proud of. Something positive. You're an asset to the group. It's complicated. That was as far as I would allow myself to go, and he seemed to understand since he asked no more questions. Instead, he showed me how to truss up the deer carcass, and tie its front and rear hooves to a long thick limb. I carried the back on my shoulder, while he took the front. Was it wise to go with him? I wasn't sure. He seemed trustworthy, but people could seem like a lot of things when they wanted to. I tried to come up with a way his plan would benefit him, since that would be the only reason for him to lie to me. What could he have to gain from taking me to Sunderdell to get a sword? Even if he wanted to betray me, to hand me over to the king or whomever, why would he do that? I was nobody. And according to Lily, her mother had worked out the treaty between Sunderdell and Onifall. It would be unwise for the king of the Dusk Elves to make such a risky move, especially when there were those in Onifall who believed my family should be the one in charge. Even so, when his eyes met mine from across the campfire later that night, we were welcomed as the heroes he'd predicted we'd be when we showed up with a full-grown deer. I saw something in them that made me trust him. As though I had known him much longer than only a few hours. I could hardly wait for morning.
Chapter 15. Lily. I think I know what your problem is. Ricky sat on the other side of the medical tent, folding clean sheets which he'd just helped me bring in from the lines outside. Oh? I didn't know I had a problem. I shot him a dirty look. Not everybody would see your problem for what it is. But I do. Because I know you so well. You're a Lily expert? Is that it? I finished making up the last cot, and sank down onto it with a sigh. My body ached after cleaning the place from top to bottom. I'd needed something to do. Who else would be an expert besides me? He had a point there. No matter how well Cade knew me, Ricky would always know me just a little bit better. The only side of me which Cade had ever been able to see was the post-schism Lily. The one who'd scrambled to keep up with the new worlds and rules which kept coming my way. Alicia and Brayden knew the pre-schism Lily, but even she was only what I'd seen fit to show them. Neither of them had ever really understood how bad things were at home. They hadn't known about the nights I'd spent comforting Ricky when Mona had gone on her drunken tirades, or worse, when one of her boyfriends had. I still had trouble syncing up the Mona I'd known for so long, and the witch she truly was. All right, expert. Tell me all about myself. What's my problem? I folded my hands behind my head, waiting. You're addicted to action. You need to have something happening all the time, or you get bored and anxious and become a general pain in the butt to be around. Though you're always sort of a pain in the butt. I wanted to tell him how wrong he was. In fact, my mouth opened as I tried to formulate an argument. But then it just hung there, open, because there was nothing I could say to argue the point. He was right. I was miserable without anything to do, with no adventures to go on. It had been a boring couple of weeks, without my staff no less, and the monotony was beginning to get under my skin. What can I say? I finally sighed, going from looking at my all-knowing brother to the roof of the tent. I started counting the stitches in one of the patches up there, one which I had sewn on. I was sure that if I looked close enough, I'd find more than one smear of blood from when I'd pricked myself with the needle. I'd never called myself an expert. You have to be a hero. I get it, Rickster, I muttered, well aware of how it got under his skin. For once, he didn't blow up at me for it. Probably because he knew I was only trying to deflect. Isn't it good that things are quiet right now? He asked. It was a perfectly good question. I kept telling myself that I couldn't wait for things to calm down, right? I wanted to get to the point where Cade and I could be happy, with no threats or dangers on the horizon. Because it won't last. I rolled onto my side, propping my head up on one palm. It would be different if we were at peace. I wouldn't have this feeling in my gut of waiting for the other shoe to drop. I can't relax and enjoy a lull in the action when I know the action's going to start right back up in no time. Maybe if I wish I knew how much longer we could enjoy the peace. He nodded after a while. I get it. I feel that way too. I'm always waiting for the next bad thing to happen. My heart ached. I'm sorry, Ricky. You deserve better than this. You deserve a normal life. I want that for you. I want it so badly. What's normal anymore? He shrugged, putting the sheets aside. I mean, who has a normal life? At least I'm alive, which I wouldn't be if it weren't for you. His dark eyes held so much sad wisdom as he limped out of the tent, and left me on my own. Much more wisdom than anybody his age should possess. I rolled onto my back again with a sigh. I did want something to happen, finally, to wipe out the feeling of useless inertia which plagued me night and day. I could only clean out the tents so many times. I had the feeling Raynell was starting to wish she'd never agreed to let me help her. I was just about to begin drifting off into a bored, listless sleep, when the sound of commotion from outside the tent shot me off the cot and carried me to the open flap. I got out just in time to see Cade loping across the camp and throwing his arms around a golden-haired man whose face I couldn't quite make out. I didn't have to. There was only one man with hair that color who Cade would be so glad to see. Donovan? Cade's jaw nearly hit the ground when he recognized his cousin. What are you doing here? I didn't wait to hear the explanation. Instead, I sought out Raynell. She sat by the fire, stirring a large drum which held boiling water and yet more soiled sheets. I need your help, I whispered, glancing over my shoulder. What is it? She whispered back, eyes wide. Don't worry, it's nothing drastic. I just need you to get me to Onifall, fast. I want to visit Declan. She groaned. Please, don't pull me into your argument with Cade. You wouldn't have to be any part of it. I would once he asks how you got there without your staff. He knows I can open a portal at will. And he'll know it was me, since I'm the only one you would dare ask. Come on. Please. I won't be gone for long. But it's been so long, and I feel terrible not having seen him yet. You don't know how bad off he was, I reminded her. Just the brief memory of his sightless eyes turned my stomach. Please, Raynell. While Cade's distracted. She sighed but got up. All right. As long as you promise to be back soon. I swear on a stack of Bibles, and I know that means nothing to you, I added immediately. Just believe me when I say I'm serious. All right. She led me behind the tent and opened a portal. Here. Hurry. And come right back. I love you. She seemed surprised when I threw my arms around her. A second later, I stepped through the portal and felt myself falling, until I landed in the woods with a thump which resounded all over my body. My bones ached as I stumbled to my feet, wiping dirt and moss from my backside. My spot was still there, just where I had left it, and I longed for the days when I'd escaped there. Back when I thought I had real problems. Then again, my problems were always real at the time. They'd just grown with the weeks and months since my first visit to Onifall. Valaport towered just in the distance, the palace at the center of it, and I hurried toward the gates. Several familiar faces greeted me with pleasure, and I marveled again at how much happier the villagers looked. Healthier too. I suppose you want to see Ceana? One of the guards asked when I approached the palace. That's right. I'd never been stopped before entering before, but I reasoned that these were different times. My mother might run a tighter ship than the Overlord had. I smiled up at the guard, hoping I looked winsome instead of tired and dirty and desperate. I hadn't even stopped to brush my hair before showing up, though it wasn't like I'd had the time. I'm not even sure she's in at the moment. Always going here and there, the guard reported with a grim shake of his head. Never rests, that one. I can wait for her. I'm in no hurry. I was in a tremendous hurry, but he didn't need to know. I had no idea where she'd taken Declan, and needed to check in with her before I could see him. I didn't have all day either. I suppose you can go up to her chambers. You know the way. The guard stepped aside to allow me through. I offered my thanks before nearly running inside. I would have remembered how to get there in my sleep, even though my days in the palace felt like another lifetime. Just like my life in Houston might as well have been lived by somebody else. It was a relief to find my mother at her desk, if it could be called such. I almost didn't see her at first, since the stack of papers and scrolls which covered the thing nearly blocked her from view. Mom? I whispered, hoping I wasn't disturbing her. She rose beaming and raced across the room. We crashed into each other, laughing. What are you doing here? She asked, holding me tight. I'm sorry, I just had to see you. And I was hoping to see Declan. I'd wondered when you would come to visit him, she murmured, pulling back and stroking loose tendrils of hair away from my forehead. It's been weeks, though I know you're busy. And I no longer have my staff to get around with, I reminded her. Her eyes darkened. Of course. I'd forgotten about that. How are you getting along without it? I'd rather not talk about that right now, I choked over the emotion welling up inside me. How was it that I felt so attached to the flipping thing? Because it was mine. Because the part of me which still remembered my other life, before my memory was taken and I was sent to live above ground as a human, remembered that staff and everything I'd been through with it. She seemed to understand. I'll take you over to him right away. I need a break from my work. She glanced at the stack of pages she'd been reading when I came in. Important. Everything's important. For just a moment tension showed itself on her face as she grimaced, but the moment passed quickly, and she was back to her fierce, tireless self. As always, a flood of love and admiration threatened to knock me down. She was so much more than I had ever fantasized a mother could be. We walked down to the courtyard where Declan and I had spent so many hours in training sessions. It wasn't just empty without him. It felt completely devoid of life, like it was part of a ghost town. Even the potted plants which sat in clusters here and there looked faded, ready to give up their hold on existence. All because he was gone. I told myself to stop letting my imagination run away with me, but I couldn't shake the image. Ceana shifted into her glorious dragon form, and allowed me to climb onto her back before taking to the skies. I couldn't help but remember the first flight with Cade, when I hadn't even known there was such a thing as dragon shifters. How was I ever that naive? There was a tower not far from Valaport, at what looked like the outskirts of Onifall. The land just beyond it turned dark, a little spooky. I wondered what it was but had no chance to ask, as the tower loomed larger every second. It was made of a white stone which sparkled in the sunlight, the way Mom's dragon sparkled as she touched down just outside the little wooden door which led into the tower. We're still in Onifall? I asked once she had shifted back, and she nodded. Declan doesn't wish to be around those he's familiar with at this time, though I'm sure that will change once he's fully recovered. With her robe swishing along the emerald green grass, she led the way into the tower and up a winding staircase. I tried to look up, to get a glimpse of what was at the top, but dizziness swept over me. I settled for following in Mom's heels. There was a guard in front of the door, but he stepped aside when he saw my mother. Another wave of pride crashed into me when I took note of the respect given her. She accepted it with her usual grace, before opening the door and giving me my first look at the room Declan had called home since his injury. It was small but bright and cheerful enough. Not that he could see anything, I hated myself for that thought, but it popped up before I could help it. Besides, I was wrong. He stood when we entered the room and smiled. Lily. I was hoping you would come. You can see me. I hadn't dared hope. The swelling around his eyes had gone down until it almost vanished, and the cloudy film which had covered his eyes was barely visible. Still, he wasn't focused on me. Not quite, he admitted. But close enough. I know your general shape and outline by now. So that's all you can see. I went to him slowly, holding out my hands. He took them before we both sat down. Even though he wasn't completely healed, he was better than I'd expected. And he sounded as though he was in good spirits. I knew that went a long way toward recovery. It's much more than I was able to see only a few days ago, he reminded me. Every day it gets a little clearer, though as the day wears on I lose some of it. A warm female voice chimed in, and I jumped when I realized it wasn't only the three of us in the room. I had missed the presence of the girl with greenish-tinted hair when we first arrived. She stood by the window, wearing a light gray tunic which reached the tops of her sandals. Simple, unassuming, with a radiance that seemed to emanate from her and fill the room. How hadn't I noticed her? I was too busy focusing on Declan. He's making tremendous progress. There was no missing the note of fierce pride in her voice, nor could I ignore the look in her eyes when she gazed at him. Oh, I thought, wondering how he felt about her, hoping he wasn't still hung up on me. Lily, this is Eva. She's responsible for my progress. He turned his face toward her and they shared a smile. Dang it, why did I feel a little spark of that couldn't be jealousy? I loved Cade. He was mine. Declan was a good friend, a dear friend. Nothing more. Still, I couldn't help remembering back when he used to smile at me that way. I turned to my mother, looking for any excuse to move away from the subject of the healer, remembering something that I'd been burning to find out. I need to know, is there anything I can do about getting a new staff? I want to be able to come and go as I please, to visit you and Declan whenever I want. She pursed her lips, deep in thought. It isn't as easy as going to the mall and buying one, she murmured. The what? Declan asked, confused. I giggled. That's above ground speak. When my mother, I still thought of her as Ceana at times, used terms like that, it reminded me that she used to live up there just like I did. I wished I could have known her then, but of course that would have been impossible. The Dusk Elves create the staff for every user. Right? He asked. Ceana nodded. In Sunderdell. Could I go to get a new one? I asked, hoping against hope. It isn't that easy, she said, which was exactly what I feared. But I need it. I turned to Declan. I can't believe I'm actually saying that. I remember back when I had no idea what the staff was used for, much less how to use it for myself. Look how far you've come, he smiled fondly. I sensed the waves of confusion coming from Eva, along with more than a little irritation. So that was how it would be. She was in love with him. I couldn't blame her, I'd almost fallen for him myself, but Cade was already firmly implanted in my heart. Who knew? Maybe this Eva was the one he was meant to be with, all along. I'll ask Justice about it. He'll know much more about this subject than I ever could. He knows more about everything, in fact. Ceana's cheeks turned a surprising shade of pink. Justice? I asked, searching my memory for the name and coming up blank. You know him as one of the Exalted Three, she murmured, suddenly fixated on a specific spot on the floor. The color in her cheeks deepened. Declan nudged my knee with his. I barely bit back a laugh of surprise and disbelief. Yes, I knew that Justice was in love with my mother. I'd seen the evidence with my own eyes, had heard it in his voice when he spoke of her. But it was almost surreal to see the flush of embarrassment on her face, like a teenager talking about somebody they had a crush on. Oh. Of course. I'd never heard his name before. I didn't even know he had one, though of course he had to. It was a real test of self-control, not teasing her. I wondered how far their quiet romance had progressed, and couldn't imagine the Exalted Three splitting up. They seemed to move and think as one being. I can ask him for you, she said, clearing her throat. Trying to compose herself. I'll just bet you will. That would be great. The sooner, the better. I'm useless without it. I can't fight, I can't do anything. It's driving me nuts. Yes, and we all know how well you do when you feel as though you're not contributing, Declan chuckled. Just like Ricky. You're the second person who said something like that to me today. It must be true then, he grinned. It was such a relief, seeing and hearing him doing so well. Some of the guilt for letting him go along with me to the Forbodden melted away. There's something else I'd love if you to ask Justice about, I suggested, using his name just to get Ceana to blush again. And she did. Braden told me about a poison which Dusk Elves hid a long, long time ago. He said the record of where the poison was hidden was lost somewhere along the way. But I've seen what the poison can do. It might be just the thing we need to get rid of these necromancers once and for all. It's that powerful? Declan asked, suddenly very interested. It saved my butt, I'll tell you that much. I brushed self-conscious fingertips across the scar I still bore as a reminder of that day, and how close I'd come to death. But Braden only had that little bit that he used on the tips of his arrows. That was all. But it was more than enough to stop that monster in its tracks. Imagine what we could do with barrels and barrels of it. Fascinating, Declan breathed, like he was lost in his own little world. I don't need to ask Justice about it, my mother replied. I've heard of this poison. Its existence was brought to my attention during one of the meetings I held with the Dusk Elves, when we were putting the treaty together. Your friend was correct when he told you there's no record of the poison's exact location. The best they could estimate was that it's in one of the many caves which line the western coast, roughly equidistant from the north and south. That sounds pretty specific, I said, my heart racing. If you knew how many caves there are, you wouldn't feel so hopeful, she grimaced. However, it's a start. Perhaps we could put together a search party to seek out the particular spot. Yes, I knew who would lead that search party, though I kept my thoughts to myself. Cade would kill me if he knew I even considered it.
Chapter 16. Cade. I couldn't believe my eyes. As if I needed one more thing to worry about. What in the name of the gods are you doing here? I looked my cousin up and down, taking note of the lavish robes, the way his golden hair brushed back from his forehead in a sharp, defined wave, and wondered, not for the first time, how long he spent arranging it every morning. Hello to you too, cousin. Donovan's cheeky attitude hadn't changed any more than his grooming habits. I'm hardly in the mood to banter with you today, I warned. You're never in the mood to banter, Cade. But no matter. I'm here to help. He folded his hands in front of him and rocked back and forth from his heels to the balls of his feet, as though he were just barely holding himself back from leaping into the fray. I blinked, speechless. When I found my voice, I asked, "Help? With what?" "What do you think?" He motioned all around himself. "With this. The battle. I want to be part of it." "You can't be serious." I turned my back, shaking my head and waving my arms as I marched to my tent. The sounds of running feet told me he and Came were following. "It's not a terrible idea," Came argued. "You were just saying earlier today that we need all the help we can get." "Help, Came?" I said help. I turned to them once the three of us were inside, away from prying eyes. But there was nothing I could do about eavesdroppers, and I had no intention of lowering my voice anyway. There's no way he can be of help to us. "I'm standing right here," Donovan muttered. "No need to remind me, cousin." I looked him up and down again, sneering. "Do you really think those robes are suited for battle? And what do you even know of combat? You never trained. You couldn't be bothered." "I would watch what I say," Came warned, drawing a surprised glance from me. He never contradicted me in front of others, always preferring to put up a unified front. It was only in my tent or his or Brogan's that he chose to tell me when he thought I was acting like an ass. Which was fairly regular. "Excuse me?" "Watch what you say and the conclusions you jump to," Came clarified. "If Donovan never trained, it was because our father didn't think it was worth training him." "I was the youngest son," Donovan agreed, nodding his golden head. "I admit, I didn't do much to prove that I was worthy of respect or admiration. It was easy to fall into the role which was created for me at birth. An ornament, a scoundrel, the spoiled child. Nobody expected big things of me, not like Declan or Came. So this is my problem now? I have to take someone without the first clue how to conduct themselves in battle, and make a soldier out of them? All because they want to feel worthwhile? Is this what I'm hearing?" "What you're hearing," Donovan corrected, eyes narrowing, "is the sound of your cousin's voice as he asks that you take him seriously for once. You're right, I want to feel worthwhile. I know there's more to life than lazing around the palace. Besides..." He looked down at the ground, trailing off. "Besides?" Came asked, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. "There isn't much left for us back there." The two of them exchanged looks. "I would have come to tell you anyway, brother. The people aren't exactly welcome toward us anymore, not since father was deposed." "With good reason," I snarled. "We're not here to discuss his faults," Donovan fired back, his voice sharp. It silenced me. I'd never heard him speak that way before. Like he was deadly serious. Everything had always been a joke, a jest. He continued, Ceana offered to allow us to stay in the palace since it was our only home. She doesn't feel as the rest of them do. I wonder sometimes if she's even real. She seems too good to be true, doesn't she? I shook my head. Anyway, the people wouldn't hear of it. They wanted us out, so we had to leave. I'm sorry to tell you, but you won't have a home to go back to. He turned to Cade with a frown. Cade shrugged. Well, it couldn't last forever. I already told Cade about the band of citizens who believe he should be on the throne. Which is neither here nor there, I interjected. The current problem is what to do with you. It took all my self-control not to throw Donovan out of the tent. I'm open to anything, he assured me. I mean that. I'll do whatever it takes to show you how serious I am about this. I want to prove myself. For the first time in my life, I see something happening that's much bigger than me. What did I care about helping Father rule Onifall? I would never take the throne, so what did it matter? I was lazy, I know that, but I want to change. I want to learn to be useful, and I know I could do that here. I hated to admit to myself that I believed him. He sounded sincere. What was worse, he looked it. For the first time in all the years I'd known him, there was no underlying humor in his words. No sparkle in his eye to give away the joke he was about to make. He wasn't even making fun of himself, which was something he had become increasingly wont to do once his exploits around the kingdom had become legend. He was a ruthless scoundrel who'd gotten by on good looks and charm his entire life. Not to mention his bloodline. What choice did I have? I swear to you, I snarled, taking a step toward him. He didn't back down, which was a point in his favor. I swear if you get in the way. I won't. If you hold us up somehow. I swear that won't happen. If you behave cowardly or act in your own self-interest. Who, me? Just like that, he was the old Donovan again. Wide-eyed, innocent, pointing to himself in jest. Cade groaned, shaking his head. I would have sworn under oath that there was steam coming from my ears. Donovan picked up on his mistake and winced. I'm sorry. Old habits die hard. They'd better die right now, I ordered. Otherwise you can go back to Onifall or the Ice Realm or the Foreboding for all I care. I swear. I won't slip up. You'll be proud of me. He shot his brother a happy look, which Cade returned. I wanted to bang their heads together. Brogan's out there somewhere. Probably eavesdropping. Tell him I want him to find you some clothes a bit better suited to what we're doing out here. We raided a few stores for supplies, there's bound to be something to fit you. And knowing my cousin, he would look every inch the royalty he'd been raised as. We'd have difficulty keeping the women in the camp away from him. When we were alone, Cade patted me on the back. Cheer up. It won't be that bad. Oh no. Because I have all the time in the world to train my clueless cousin. I'll take care of it, or at least I'll supervise. You don't have the time either, I reminded him. Let's face it, he said, jerking his thumb in the direction of the camp just outside the tent. We're in a holding pattern at the moment. Nothing is happening. We have time to show him a thing or two. I think he'll be a real asset to us. You do? And you're not just saying that because he's your brother? I do, and I'm not. I swear. We walked out of the tent together, and I wished I could have agreed with him. Donovan? An asset. Perhaps if we were looking to entertain the rest of the camp. He could tell a few stories of his exploits which would captivate the entire crowd, though his stories might be a bit too mature for Ricky's ears. The thought of Lily's brother made me look out for him as my eyes swept over the camp. Ever since he was kidnapped by the Dusk Elves and spirited away to Sunder Dell, I'd made it a point to be aware of his location whenever possible. It was easy to forget a quiet, self-reliant little person like him. I found him sitting alongside Raynell, stirring laundry in a barrel. Where's Lily? I asked, clapping him on the back. I couldn't wait to vent to her about the Donovan situation. Not that I was under the impression that she could do anything to solve my dilemma, but things always looked better after I talked them over with her. I noticed the glance he and Raynell exchanged before he looked away. She stood, hands held out as though she were ready to defend herself. Don't get upset. I rolled my eyes. As if I needed to worry about her, too. Where is she, Raynell? She went to visit her mother, to ask about his staff. And Declan. Just come out and say it. She went to visit Declan, though I expressly forbade her to. I wanted to kick the barrel over in my rage, but wasn't quite far gone enough to justify flooding the camp with boiling water. You can't forbid her, Ricky warned. I realized he wasn't joking when I saw the serious set of his eyes. She's not a thing you can order around. It was important for her to go, so she went. I'm the first person to admit that she does dumb things sometimes, but she really wanted to see him. He almost died. Our stepmom almost killed him. That's a big deal. My heart softened a bit after being chastised by a child. You're right, Ricky. It was wrong of me to say that. I apologize if I offended you. He tilted his head to the side. Nah. You didn't offend me. But just remember that when my sister gets back. He was smirking as he turned his attention to stirring the sheets. I know you won't.
Chapter 17. Declan. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Thank you for coming to see me. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to get away. I couldn't make out Lily's features, but I could see the way she lowered her head and stared at her folded hands. No. It wasn't easy. Is the fighting very bad up there? Not at the moment. That wasn't the trouble. I knew she wanted to admit that it was Cade, but something inside told her not to. I could read her like an open book. She had no idea how easy she was to see through. I would always know her heart, though there was no chance of anything happening between us. She'd made her choice. Then I'm doubly thankful. Ceana rose. Come, Eva. Let's discuss the treatments you've been using. I saw that for what it was, too. Incredible how much more I could see beyond the surface of things after having lost my sight. Ceana wanted to give Lily and me a little time to ourselves. I waited until the two women were on the other side of the room, murmuring, before turning to Lily. Are you really all right after that happened? I asked in a low voice. I should be the one asking you about that. Oh, Declan. I'm so sorry for everything you had to go through. She patted my hand for lack of anything else to do. I felt sorry for her at that moment. She wanted to be a comfort, but she had no idea how. I'm sorry. I should have never let you walk into a situation like that. It was too risky. Morvania might just as easily have turned her powers on you instead of me. But she didn't, because she knew it would hurt me worse if anything happened to you. When she said things like that, she caused me physical pain. She would never understand how difficult it was for me to lose her, though really I'd never had her to begin with. But it was a nice fantasy for a little while, the idea that she would one day buy my bride. She was a very twisted creature, I observed, remembering the cold, calculating gleam in the witch's eyes just before she lowered her staff toward me. And hit my father instead. I'm the one who should have known better, Lily insisted. I knew her, or I thought I did. I should have known better than to underestimate her. There was no limit to the lengths she'd go to. It's something that's bothered me quite a bit since then. Something I've been wrestling with. You too. I chuckled humorlessly. Do you want to know the conclusion I've come to? I'm all ears. I'm a much better listener now, I joked feebly. It was something my brother Donovan would have said, a way to ease the tension by making fun of myself. She only shook her head, and I could imagine the wry smile she gave me. Here's what I think, there's nothing we can do about the decisions other people make. I waited. When she didn't continue, I prompted, "That's all." "Think about it," she insisted. "We want to blame ourselves for what happened back there. I'm well aware that you blame yourself for your father's death." Her tone was gentle but insistent. She didn't bother asking whether or not she was right. "How do you know that?" I asked, suddenly on my guard. "Because I know you. I know how deeply you feel things, how serious you are about the people who matter to you. Even your troops. I watched how you conducted business with them, how understanding you were toward them even when you pushed them to be the best they could be. You take all the responsibility on your shoulders." She chuckled. "Maybe it's a firstborn trait because I'm the same way." "You might be right," I conceded. "And we do everything we can to make the best of things, in spite of the decisions of others. We clean it up, we make it better. Or we try to. We want to be the heroes." Of course, and I would never have told her this, she had a habit of making quick decisions too. Decisions which others had to bear the brunt of. I wouldn't allow myself to lose the message of her words though, instead I let it sink in. "You think we were trying to be the heroes then, when we went to the Forbodden?" "We went because we didn't see another way to put a stop to Morvania. Let's face it, if we'd left her alone to her own devices, there's no telling what evil she might have conjured up." "That's true. Were we a little foolhardy, going in with just the two of us and no one else?" "Maybe. Even so, we can't take responsibility for the evil she created. It isn't your fault she did what she did, just as it isn't your fault that the Overlord chose to side with her." That stung, and I winced as though she'd inflicted real pain. "You're certain about that?" I muttered. "I did turn my back on him." "And that was your choice, not to turn your back on him, but to turn in the direction of what was good and right. It took a lot of courage to do that, Declan. You might not see it, but it really did. He could have had courage too if he'd tried. Instead, he lashed out. He took what looked like the easy solution. He joined forces with a powerful witch, without considering just how much damage she would inflict to those he loved. To you. To me. The reminder of how my father had loved me wasn't exactly helpful. Declan. She took my hands. Let yourself off the hook. He made his choice by throwing himself in front of you. He knew what it would mean. In the end, he did the right thing. If anything, it was the only choice he could make that would redeem him. You made that possible. Just like that, it all fell into place. Her words brought me a peace I hadn't felt in far too long. A certainty, a sureness. My father had redeemed himself because of me, through me. If not for me, he'd still be in a prison of his own greed and lust for power. And he would be dancing at the command of Morvania, who'd held him so completely under her thumb. Just like that, Lily freed me from the prison of my guilt. I couldn't put the relief into words. "Thank you," was all I could offer, smiling. "Thank you. Anytime. You would do the same for me." She turned away. What little vision I had was already starting to fade, but I could make out the shift in her posture. I'd better get back before I'm missed. I might already have been missed by now, come to think of it. "Don't be too hard on him," I warned. She didn't want to mention Cade, probably out of guilt or embarrassment. But I couldn't help myself. He has a lot of good points. Even I can admit that. She laughed breathlessly. I'll keep that in mind the next time he makes me mad enough to spit nails. I was still chuckling when she and Ceana left, both of them promising to be back soon. I hoped that they wouldn't have to visit me there for much longer. I was growing bored of keeping myself locked away. Eva's silence was deafening, especially after all the activity we just had. I waited to see if she would say something, anything. When long minutes ticked by without a word from her, I took matters in my hands. "Are you all right?" "Of course." "Why wouldn't I be?" she asked, far too quickly, far too rushed. "I'm not sure. You're not normally this silent." If anything, she hardly ever stopped to take a breath. What did Ceana think about the treatment progress? She was pleased, naturally. You're living proof of how well things are working. It shouldn't be much longer before your vision is back to normal. So why did she sound so emotional? I couldn't put my finger on it. Normally, I wouldn't have cared. Her life was her life, her problems her own. But there was something about being forced to share a room with another person. It made their problems more than merely theirs. You're a gifted healer, I offered. Thank you. She went to the window. I followed the shape of her body as she moved across the room and stood before the table there. Only she didn't do any work. She didn't do anything but look out across the land surrounding the tower. What does it look like out there right now? I asked in an attempt to lighten the mood. It's a beautiful day. I waited. Nothing more. She was truly upset about something. I felt I owed it to her to at least offer concern, since she'd been so kind to me for so long. But how? She turned suddenly. Who is she to you? Who? Her sigh was sharp, exasperated. Lily. Who is she to you? I frowned. Of all the things I could have imagined her asking, this was by far the last on the list. She's a good friend. We've seen a lot together. She was with me when I was injured. Didn't you know that? I knew you were with Ceana's daughter, and I knew her name was Lily. All right. But I don't know. She turned away again. I can see them flying away, back toward Valaport and the palace. Lily's on Ceana's back. Ceana makes a beautiful dragon. Not that I'm surprised, she's always beautiful. That she is. I almost added that Lily looked a lot like her mother, but thought better of it at the last second. Something told me Eva wouldn't appreciate my mentioning Lily's beauty. She didn't like Lily or didn't trust her. Something. I didn't realize the two of you were so close, though I suppose there was no reason for me to know it. It's irrelevant to your treatment. And it was good for you to have a friend here with you. Your spirits obviously improved. They have, I agreed. I felt better than I had in days. Energized, especially because one point of conversation had stuck in my mind and wouldn't leave me alone. I would need time to formulate a plan, but it was something to think about. Something to focus my attention on, something other than the memory of my father as he died in my place. That's good. It can only help you heal even faster. There was a note in her voice which told me of unspoken opinions. An edge. Why are you so curious about Lily? I asked, wondering if it was a mistake even before I finished. That's all it is. Simple curiosity. There isn't much else to do up here besides talking, is there? She launched into a more detailed description of the landscape, the way the sunlight hit the treetops, a flock of birds which took flight all at once and swirled around in the air below the window. And I knew we were finished talking about Lily for the time being.
Chapter 18. Oriana. I couldn't believe it. I was off on my own, doing what mattered to me. Throwing caution to the wind. I hadn't asked permission, not just because I knew I wouldn't get it, but because I didn't need to. Sometimes Cade forgot that he was my younger brother, not older. I wasn't a child. I didn't need his approval to do something for myself. None of this kept my stomach from tying itself in knots as Aras and I sneaked away from the camp. It was barely dawn, with a thin strip of grey light apparent over the horizon. Not that daylight made the ruins of Houston any less devastating. I had never been there before the invasion, but the sheer size of the ruins left behind spoke of a once thriving city. I'd overheard many of the human fighters speak fondly of the memories they had. Memories were all they'd ever have, I supposed. It would take years to rebuild, if that were possible at all. In the aftermath of so much death and horror, it could be advisable to bury the entire city and its dead. I pried my eyes from the ruins in the distance and focused on Aras's retreating back. He led the way to the portal, walking with confidence. My tired eyes were a reminder of how much of the night I'd spent thinking about him, wondering about him. Was I insane to trust him? Who was he, really? What had inspired him to leave Sunderdell and join the fighting in the above ground? I wanted to ask, was nearly burning up inside with the desire to ask, but some instinct warned me not to, or perhaps it was the fear of him rebuffing me, changing his mind, deciding I wasn't worth the trouble. Nothing was more important than getting a sword just for myself. Nobody could tell me I wasn't up to the task of fighting, when they saw what the Dusk Elves would create for me. Are you ready? He turned to me once we reached the place where the portal waited. I would never have noticed the slight blur of the air, the way it seemed to vibrate with intensity. There was too much to take in all around our camp, wrecked vehicles, charred animals, trees in one stage of decay or another, to notice a slight disruption in the atmosphere. I was ready yesterday, I reminded him with a grin which he didn't return. Even so, rather than angry or irritated, he looked excited. As though he were happy to help me. Well, why wouldn't he be happy? I had saved his life. Out of sheer panic and instinct, of course, but it didn't matter why I did it. Just that I did. He stepped through first with me right on his heels. The difference between the above ground and Sunderdell was stark. I'd grown accustomed to my dismal surroundings, amazing how that happened. I hadn't been away from the citadel all that long, had I? Why did it seem normal then? The mind's defense mechanism. Allowing me to grow accustomed to the horror, so the strain would lessen. Are you all right? Aras asked, noticing my frown and the way I hesitated. Oh yes, I assured him. I've been in the above ground too long, I believe. He looked around, up at the sky and out into the distance. It was dimly lit, the sky, the way Sunderdell's sky always appeared. Obsidian sucked the light straight from the sun. We were on the outskirts, in a rocky canyon. This area looks safe enough, he assured me. We're far from the necromancers. A relief. I laughed, a laugh which sounded slightly manic even to my own ears. If he noticed, he had the grace not to mention it. We started walking, eventually clearing the canyon, and ending up on an old road which looked as though it hadn't been used in ages. More than once I tripped on stones hidden by overgrown grass and weeds. The sun was just beginning to rise, as it had been when we left the above ground. Its position gave me pause. Why are we going north? I asked, checking the sun's place in the sky just to be sure I wasn't crazy. It rose in the east, just as it did in the ice realm and the above ground and just about everywhere else. One of the few things which applied across realms. He sounded distracted. I stopped walking, hands on my hips. I asked why we're going north. Sunderdell proper is that way, but we're heading for the keep. I pointed to it, barely a speck on the horizon. We'd been walking toward it all along. Oh, don't concern yourself with that, he said, shaking his head. First, we have to gather the materials needed to create the sword. What do you think the elves keep stockpiles in their cottages? How would I know? I asked. Well, there's your answer. We'll gather the supplies first, then travel southeast to where the elves craft their weapons. I see. I felt slightly ashamed for having questioned him, especially since he seemed angry that I had. He seemed to run hot and cold with no in between. Cade was like that too. I should have been used to it by now. Where do you live? I asked, if only to break the uncomfortable silence. In a village outside the city, miles away from the keep. He sounded uncomfortable. Is it a secret? What? Is where you live a secret? Why would you even ask that? He scowled at me. You're very talkative. And you don't seem to be the person you were yesterday. He looked away. What does that mean? You were much friendlier yesterday, even when you were being rather short and sharp. You talked to me, and actually looked at me when you did. Now you're looking away and discouraging conversation. It's just the two of us here. If anything, I'd think it would be easier to open up now. I'm not the type who opens up. If you wanted to chat, you should have stayed back in the camp with your friends. All right then. I reminded myself, he was merely a means to an end. I had only imagined a connection between the two of us. That was my fault. I should have spent more time sleeping in my tent and less time thinking about him. We approached a grove of trees after a good deal of walking, which was a relief. Can we stop for a minute? I asked, leaning against one of the trunks. I'm sorry, but my boots are not meant for this sort of travel. Why did you wear them then? He asked, glancing down at the soft leather. I wasn't aware that we'd be walking all around the place, not to mention, there aren't many options in the above ground at the moment. Or did you think there are shops open on every corner? I couldn't help but sound flip, no matter whether he was doing me a favor or not. I hadn't done anything to deserve his attitude. We don't have much time, remember? We have to get back to your camp before you're missed. I'm sure we will. Even if we don't, I'll take responsibility for this. You're not in any danger. I tilted my head to the side and saw him through different eyes. Is that the problem? I wouldn't ask you to do this if I thought it would get you into trouble. He smirked. I hardly consider any trouble from Cade as a threat, if that's what you mean. You don't know Cade, I muttered. If that wasn't it, what could it be? I found out. Footsteps crashed through the underbrush, and before I could register where they were coming from or why, we were surrounded. 7 tall figures clad in armor, carrying spears. Wait. Aras cried out as 2 of them grabbed me, each taking an arm. No, you don't understand. Stop this. What's happening? I shouted, struggling with them. Their hands were huge, and they weren't exactly being gentle. I could just imagine the bruises that would pop up on my arms because of it. We're taking you to the king. 2 guards took hold of Aras too, who looked ready to kill. I braced myself for a fight, and wondered in a flash of panic how the 2 of us would get away from so many guards. King's guards at that. I've already worked this out with him. This is the dragon I've brought for him. Aras had panic in his voice. I was sure I couldn't be hearing him correctly. It wasn't possible. If it were true, that would mean he had set me up all along. The truth hit me all at once, like jumping into an icy lake. That first heart-stopping moment of shock when every nerve screamed at once. His distance, his demeanor. The way he wouldn't look at me. You did this? I whispered. Tears of rage filled my eyes as I glared at him. The coward. The liar. He pretended not to hear me, as he continued to argue with the guards. She's the dragon I'm bringing as collateral for Prince Braddon's return. I've already discussed all of this with him. Take us to him, and I'll prove it to you. Oh, we'll take you to him, all right. Even so, they released his arms, while the 2 who held on to me were as rough as ever. Maybe worse. I barely felt it. I couldn't concentrate on the pain in my arms when I hated Aras the way I did right now. How could he do it to me? I saved your worthless life, I spat as he walked ahead of me, flanked by 2 guards and led by another pair. The last one walked behind us. How does it feel to know you had your life saved by someone who you always meant to take prisoner? Enough out of you, one of the guards muttered. I don't want to have to put my spear through your heart if you decide to shift into your dragon, either. It would take time to clean up after. As though I care what you want, I fired back. Gone was the nice girl I had always been. The sweet girl. The girl who went along with a smile in order to avoid conflict. He rewarded me with an extra squeeze of my already numbing arm. Aras didn't reply. He didn't even have the grace to flinch. He only stared ahead as we walked to the keep, where he had been leading me all along. My dragon raged deep inside me, filling my veins with fiery venom. I could have given in and shifted, maybe taking a couple of them out before someone inevitably killed me. Nothing that was happening was worth getting killed over. Though killing Aras would have been sweet, and something I would risk dying for. Chapter 19. Oriana. It was dark as night when we reached the sprawling obsidian palace, for that was what it was, just as the citadel was our palace. It served as a shelter too, with its tall walls and man turrets, with the guards who stood sentry here and there. Black eyes followed me as the king's men led me through the gates, eyes black as the stone which composed the keep. I held my head high. No way they were about to break me down. Beside, if it were only a matter of holding me until Braddon came back, it wouldn't be too terrible. Braddon was honorable, and if honor didn't convince him, my brother would. He wasn't like Aras, that was for sure. He was lucky I didn't have a sword on me, or I might have used it on him. What was it that he'd accused me of almost doing to him? Piercing his windpipe? That would be enough to end his stupid, lying, worthless life. I glared at the back of his head as we entered the building, committing it to memory. I wanted to remember every white hair on that head the next time I trusted someone. I barely paid attention to the twists and turns of the corridors they led me down. I would have gotten lost in there if left on my own. It had been designed without any sense of balance or purpose, just a bunch of rooms on top of more rooms and the corridors which connected them. Nothing like the grace and beauty of the citadel. In one of the rooms, the largest of all we passed, waited a man who looked a lot like Braddon, or rather, Braddon looked like him since he'd come second. His father. The king. What is this? He got up from the ornate chair in which he'd been sitting, looking over a pile of parchment sheets. This is what's called collateral, Aras explained. Since I couldn't get Braddon to come to you, I thought it would be best to hold something precious to his makeshift army as hostage. We can stage an exchange. The king looked me over. I resisted the impulse to spit in his eye. If he only knew who he was truly holding hostage in his dark, depressing, sprawling home. My brother was the rightful ruler of Onifall, no matter who was currently in charge now. I thought it best to keep that information to myself. He might decide to demand even more if he knew, and our group couldn't afford to lose much. We didn't have much. Cade would kill me when he found out I had walked into this, and so willingly. He'd never understand how important it was to me that I have a weapon of my own. I needed to feel worthwhile, like I was an asset instead of merely someone who sat back and waited for things to happen. He was never one to do that, so how could he imagine that I would? You did a good job, the king finally admitted, glancing at Aras. You're quick on your feet. Thank you. He still wouldn't look at me. In fact, it was pretty obvious that he deliberately looked away. The muscles in his jaw jumped. Could I believe he actually cared about what happened to me? No. Besides, it didn't matter. He had delivered me into the hands of my captor. I wondered what was in it for him. Take her to the dungeon, and be sure she's secure, the king ordered with a wave of his hand before placing an arm around Aras's shoulders. Come. Let us discuss the terms of our deal, and how we will proceed once I have my son back where he belongs. I shot Aras one more withering look before the guards pulled me from the room, making me run to keep up with their long, quick strides. I wasn't half as big as either of them. There was no reason for them to be so rough. Not to mention the obsidian. The keep's building material wasn't an accident. The Dusk Elves used obsidian to dull our powers and make us helpless against them. What did they think I would be capable of doing? And yet, when the two of them threw me into a cell and made a big show of locking the door behind me, the one thing I sensed over everything else was the strength of my dragon. As strong as ever, as strong as when I'd come close to letting her out before we reached the keep. I had always heard that obsidian was supposed to weaken us to the point of practically being human, completely without power. I didn't feel that way at all. Not that it mattered. I would sit in this cell for as long as the king and his son thought I should. Braddon loved Alicia and believed in the fight. There was no guarantee he'd come, even if Cade insisted. It might tear them apart. It might result in Cade staging a rescue party. It would definitely get in the way of what they were fighting for. And it was my fault for running off. I sat on a hard metal bunk and shook my head before letting it hang between my shoulders. No, it wasn't my fault. It was Aras's. He had lured me, he had used me for whatever agreement he and the king had between them. I would find a way to make him pay, if it was the last thing I ever did.
Chapter 20. Aras. I can't believe this is happening. Stupid Aras. Stupid. I managed to stop short of pounding the heel of my hand against my forehead, but just barely. As though I needed any further setbacks. What good was Oriana to me if she was locked up in Tristan's dungeon? I could just imagine Rena waiting for me. Dying while I waited for night to fall. What an idiot I was. All I had to do was get Oriana to the hut and convince her to give me her blood. I'd been certain she would help once she saw my sister's condition. And I would even have taken her to get a sword made when all was said and done. I wasn't one to back out on my promises. But no. Things went wrong. And now we were here. And I'd convinced Tristan that I had brought Oriana to him. And Oriana hated me. And what was worse, she hated me because she thought I betrayed her. And I hadn't. So, I decided I would wait until it was dark enough to sneak into the keep and get Oriana out of there. Wasting even more time while my poor sister lay dying. Please, Rena, please, hold on. I'm working as quickly as I can. If only there were a way to get in touch with her or my uncle. What if this was all for nothing and she was dead by the time I arrived? I couldn't do that to myself. That sort of thinking would only drive me crazy, and I'd be no help to anyone. I had to move forward, and that meant freeing Oriana first. Once the sun was down and the sky was inky dark, I emerged from my hiding place in an old unused storage shed which sat just inside the obsidian wall surrounding the keep. Tristan didn't know I never left the grounds. I was hungry, tired to the point of exhaustion and unsure of how I was supposed to proceed. Not a promising combination. There was no choice but to keep going. I looked around to make sure none of the guards were paying attention. Why would that particular moment in time be different from any other moment? The grounds were as silent as a graveyard when I dashed across them, zeroing in on the door which led to the lower levels of the castle. I'd watched guards go in and out all day, peering at them through a crack in the shed door. I kept my crossbow at the ready, just in case anyone approached me, though I didn't relish the idea of using it. Freeing a prisoner would incur more than enough ire from Tristan. I didn't want to add the murder of his guards to my list of wrongdoings. It was my good fortune that the cells were empty, or at least appeared to be so. There was no one down here to report my actions back to the guards, or beg me to free them too. I turned a corner, then immediately backed up against the wall, holding my breath. A guard walked past at the other end of the corridor, dragging his feet along the floor. My eyes darted back and forth along the dark cells, looking for her. How would I even know where to find her? The dungeon was like a maze, intended to confuse any attempted escapees. Granted, the guards seemed so stupid, I had no idea how they managed to not get lost on a regular basis. Once the heavy, dragging steps faded away, I looked down the corridor again to be sure the coast was clear before sliding along the wall to make my way to the other end. I heard breathing other than my own and focused on it. She was somewhere nearby. I craned my neck to look down the row of cells, until I managed to make out the sight of her hands curled around the obsidian bars. I didn't say a word before I ran to her. Her eyes flew open wide. I held a finger to my lips and shook my head. She glared at me, all the hatred in the world flowed from her eyes. Well, I couldn't blame her for that. I had to take a chance, and put down the crossbow in order to pull from my pocket the only potentially helpful tool I found in the shed, a metal bar, small enough to be inserted into the lock on the cell. I jammed it into the hole and worked it back and forth, looking from side to side as I did. "What are you doing?" she breathed, close to my ear on the other side of the bars. "What do you think?" I whispered back. "Do you honestly think that's going to work?" Within a moment, the lock released, and I glared at her in response. She opened the door just enough to slide through. "Where are we going to go?" she whispered, following just behind me. "You'll see. Be quiet." I traced my steps, hoping hard that I hadn't made a wrong turn somewhere. The last thing I needed to do was lead us deeper into the dungeons, just waiting for someone to find our half-starved bodies. The sight of the old warped door leading to the courtyard was the closest thing to a miracle that I could imagine, that, and a cure for my sister. Come on. I took her by the arm and ran for the shed, closing us in so we could catch our breath. As soon as I did, I found myself fending off blows to my head and shoulders. What's wrong with you? I just rescued you. You can shove your rescue, she hissed as she kept hitting me. I held up an arm to block her. I could guide you back to your cell if you'd like. You didn't have to follow me if you were so against leaving. I didn't know you liked it in there so much. I didn't, but I'd rather be in there than with you, you liar. You traitor. Her voice broke with emotion as her arms fell to her sides. I hate you so much. I'd never felt so small. I'm sorry for what happened. I truly am. You have no idea. But there was no choice. Oh, don't give me that. There was no choice but to lead me here for him to use me as a pawn? That was never my intention. Meanwhile, I looked out through the crack in the door to check our surroundings. Come on. Now's the time. We have to leave before the guards start swarming around. I'm not going anywhere with you. Please, Oriana. You must believe me. I never intended for you to be taken hostage. Why should I believe that or anything you say? I countered with a question of my own. Why would I take the chance of rescuing you now, if it were ever my intention to have you locked up? That doesn't make much sense, does it? Something changed behind her eyes when she recognized the truth in that. What about the story you told the king, then? It seems as though you had it right there at your disposal. You didn't even have to think about it before offering it to the guards. I realize that. And? You must be an awfully good actor if none of this was your intention. I looked around as she spoke, certain somebody was about to come out of the shadows and capture us. Most likely more than one somebody. A great number of somebodies. And this time they wouldn't let me go. I'd be locked up right along with her. We don't have time for this, I hissed. I can explain everything once we're away from the keep. I am not going anywhere with you unless you tell me what this is all about. Why would you offer me up as a sacrifice the way you did? I rolled my eyes, my teeth gritted to hold back the yelling I wanted to do. It was nearly enough to choke me, the desire to curse her and tell her I wished I hadn't brought her along. But I needed her. What was more, Rena needed her. I didn't offer you up as a sacrifice, for starters. This isn't some childish game we're playing. Nothing is that simple. The fact is, the only way I could get us out of this was to play upon the king's desire to get his son back. Nothing matters to him more than getting Brayden back in Sunderdell. He's obsessed with the idea. Yes, I could tell. And he's not going to come. I know that, though he may have come for you. But there was no way I could run the risk of waiting for him, either. What's this agreement you have with the king? What were you referring to? How do I know this isn't all part of that? I couldn't help laughing, even with the two of us in such an extreme situation. There was absolutely no humor to be found in it, but laughing seemed to be the only appropriate response. You don't know the king, obviously. He's not smart enough to come up with such an involved plot. As for the agreement, we can talk about that when we get out of here. Which we have to do right now, this very minute. I'll go back to the above ground then. I don't want to be with you. I don't trust you. A siren sounded and we both froze. This is it, I whispered, watching as the guard on duty at the gate ran inside to see what the emergency was. As soon as he disappeared, I opened the door. I'm not going, she hissed. Do you even know where the portal is? No, you don't. Come on. We need to go. I took her by the hand and dragged her behind me, running full out for the gate. There was no sense in waiting for her to come along of her own free will, when she refused to understand the gravity of our situation. How do I know you're not dragging me off to another place where you'll only put me in danger again? She hissed, though she came along easily enough. I would have knocked her out if I had to. It was a good thing she didn't force me to take such extreme measures. Because I'm not. You're going to have to take my word. Would you rather I left you there in the keep? So what? At least I knew what I was up against there. And they had to feed me, and there was a bed. I threw her a dirty look over my shoulder. Don't make me laugh. King Tristan doesn't care if you live or die. You mean nothing to him. If Brayden didn't come back, he never would have let you go. He might even have let you starve, as a way to get back at his son for going against his wishes. He wouldn't have. As I said, you don't know him like I do. Remember, the older generations consider dragons the enemy as a rule. He would have found a way to make you miserable before he let you rot and die in that place. And you allowed him to lock me up there. Oh, for the love of all that's good. We were a fairly safe distance from the gates by now, under the cover of a series of irregular boulders which provided deep shadow. I felt safe in stopping again and letting go of her. She didn't run away. We're going to keep going in circles, unless we decide to stop arguing about this. I never had any intention of leaving you there. If I hadn't given him the story I did, he would have locked me up as well, and neither of us would ever have seen the light of day again. This was all part of a plan I concocted from the moment the guards found us. Now it's up to you whether or not you choose to believe that. I don't care either way. Call me a liar if you wish. Just do not hold me back.
Chapter 21. Declan. I sat at the window, looking out over what was little more than an expanse of shapeless, featureless green and blue. But it was more than I'd been able to see when I first reached the tower, and more than I'd be able to see as the day wore on. It was good to feel the sun on my face. That was what mattered. Among other things. I barely registered the fluttering of a bird as it landed on the sill and pecked at the crusts Eva had left lying there. She always did things like that. Possibly the most considerate person I had ever met. Even so, there were other things to obsess over. Such as the one thing which had planted hooks inside my brain. If you were a Dusk Elf, where would you hide poison which could potentially destroy entire realms? Eva's movements around the room ceased. Excuse me? I chuckled at myself. Forgive me. There are times when I forget that you aren't reading my thoughts. How can you be so sure that I'm not? She asked. I didn't need to see her smile to hear it in her voice. You wouldn't have to ask for clarification if you could. She made me smile. I had to give her that much credit, along with credit for restoring my sight, even if it hadn't quite fully returned yet. As companions went, I could have done much worse. She was pleasant and thoughtful and kind. A calming presence. That's a fair point. She stood near the window, and the light streaming in gave me a better look at her. I still hadn't managed to make out the finer points of her face, and hoped to be able to do that soon. What is it you're thinking about? The poison which I discussed with Ceana. I deliberately left Lily's name out of it, seeing as how hearing it seemed to disturb Eva. Was it possible for them to have a shared history? No, because Lily had lived in the above-ground for years. How old was Eva, exactly? I wished that were the kind of question a person could get away with asking, especially asking a woman. I didn't possess a lifetime's worth of knowledge when it came to them, but I knew that much. Ah. I should have known that would be on your mind. Why would you know that? It seems the sort of thing you would latch onto. Something interesting to occupy your thoughts, since there's so little of interest here. You're being too hard on yourself. You're interesting. You keep me entertained with your conversation. She chuckled. I know you're a man of action. The way she said it, she may as well have been describing a great general. A hero. She even sounded a little shy, like she was admitting something embarrassing. That she looked up to me, perhaps? I don't enjoy sitting still. That's true. Someone who is so accustomed to being active doesn't take well to forced immobility. Also true. I sighed and shifted in my chair. She made a good point. I was tired of sitting still. Every passing day reminded me of what I was missing in the outside world. Everyone else is doing the fighting, while I sit here and wait to heal. You realize that it's still your choice to remain here. There is nothing forcing you. And no one. I know. I'm sure those who care for you back in Valaport would be thrilled to see you again, and even more so to see how well you're recovering. For some reason, my chest tightened as it always did when we discussed Valaport or returning home. I couldn't quite get past the certainty that I'd be treated as an invalid there. My men would never look at me the same way, even once my vision was back to normal. Perhaps my greatest flaw was my pride. But I wouldn't change my ways. I wasn't thinking about going home, I informed her, speaking slowly. She would most undoubtedly disagree with my idea, so taking my time would be critical. I didn't want to misspeak and frighten her off. What were you thinking of doing then? She didn't wait for my reply before she gasped softly. Oh no. You're not. Kindly do not tell me what I am or am not thinking of doing. My tone was sharp, much more like my old self, as though just considering taking action brought life back to me. How would you even begin to look for the poison when you still can't see? Aren't you the one who reminds me on a daily basis, sometimes by the hour, that my eyesight is getting better all the time? Yes, but it will still take time for it to return fully, and it doesn't sound as though you're planning to wait. I am not. How could you hope to manage it then? You would need the benefit of every faculty at your disposal. Do you think you could march into Sunderdell half-blind and hope to survive, much less succeed? By the time she finished, her voice was shrill. It chilled me. She had never been so blunt. I could make out the shape of her, wringing her hands as she walked back and forth in front of the window. Half-blind, I murmured. At least we're finally being entirely honest with each other. You can stop coddling and encouraging me now. I wasn't trying to coddle. But that's what you've been doing. Treating me like a child all this time. The moment I stop behaving like one and decide to take a step forward into my own life once again, the truth comes out. You don't think I'm capable. What you may not know is that I agree with you. She froze. What? I said, I agree with you. I would never be able to manage a mission such as this one on my own. My eyesight isn't nearly strong enough yet. I would need a guide. The words soured in my mouth. Admitting that I needed help wasn't true to my nature, even if I'd had no choice but to do just that since my injury. Who? Who do you believe would be the best option? Not me, certainly. I've never been to Sunderdell, for one. I'm not interested in your familiarity with the realm. I need you to be my eyes. We could always find another, someone who knows the terrain. I trust no one but you to lead me. She heaved a sigh. That's a lovely sentiment, and I admit it's flattering to know you trust me, but it would be too dangerous. She paused. Wouldn't it? To hell with the danger. My hands curled into fists and smashed against the arms of my chair. My comfortable chair, from which I could sit and watch the world pass in vague shapes, blurs. I smashed it again and again, perhaps wishing I could smash myself. I'm sick of feeling useless, worthless like a coward. Weak and pathetic. I let my father die in my place. I didn't do anything to help it. There was nothing you could have done, and you know that very well. Don't tell me what I know. I launched myself out of the chair and nearly out of the window while I was at it. Eva let out a cry of alarm, her arms latching around my waist to hold me back. What are you trying to do? She grunted as she pulled me from the window. For someone as small and slender as she was deceptively strong. Do you think flinging yourself from a window would help anyone? No. I pushed her away. You don't have to worry. I'm not going to jump. But I meant every word I said. There's nothing you can do to make it better, except agree to come along with me. I'll go with or without you. How could you put me in such an awful position, after what I've tried to do for you? I don't make this demand lightly. I know what you've done for me. The fact that I can even make you out is proof that you're a gifted healer. And believe me, I wouldn't ask you to do this if I didn't think I still needed you. I'm willing to admit I do. But you're giving me no choice. Yes, I am. I told you, I'll go without you. You don't need to agree. I would prefer you did, but the success of my mission doesn't hang on your choice. You need further treatments, she reminded me, sounding mournful. If I were to halt your regimen, there's no telling how you could backslide. I wouldn't be gone forever. There's no telling how long it would be. With your help, it would go much easier. Don't do that, she warned, shaking her head. Please. Don't make it sound as though this hinges on my decision. What part of what I've told you so far leads you to believe this doesn't hinge on you? I asked. It isn't fair, Declan. I realize you're accustomed to having your way, but this isn't right. What's right is doing what needs to be done now, for the better of all. Do you believe the thought of going to Sunder Dell, without full use of my vision, gives me any pleasure? I looked away, my fist clenched tight again. So why do it? Why put yourself at risk in such a way? I hate to even think of you taking such a chance. That's what bothers me the most in all of this. Even if you had your vision, Declan, I wouldn't want you to do this. Why not? I waited for her to reply, feeling more than a little impatient at this point. Because it's too dangerous. I've seen much too much danger over the course of my life. I would rather not see anyone I care about involved in it. There was a slight throb in her voice, as though she were barely containing deep emotion. What is it you've been through? I don't want to talk about it, and I don't believe I have to. I think it's enough for me to say that I don't want to be any part of such a mission. I decided a long time ago to play it safe. If that makes me selfish, so be it. I've lost enough. I knew I should have felt sorry for her. I should have expressed sympathy for whatever it was she didn't want to tell me about. I should have given her space and respected her wishes. I should have done all of those things. What I did instead was fly into a rage. It does make you selfish, damn it. After everything I've told you about what's going on out there and in the above ground, you still think it's acceptable to bury your head in the sand and act as though there's nothing to be done. I'm not burying my head in the sand. What do you call it then? There is no longer room in any of our lives for playing it safe. We have a duty to do everything we can to help. Every able-bodied person has the same duty. We may as well kiss goodbye everything that's ever mattered to any of us, otherwise. Don't you understand? Why does it have to be you? Why does it have to be any of us? No one asks for something like this. I certainly didn't ask for necromancers to breach the boundaries between realms. None of the dead people in the above ground asked for it. Sunder Dell might be burned down to nothing if we allow the invasion there to progress. If that happened, and I knew there was something I might have done to help, I laughed bitterly. I would never be able to live with it. I don't know how you could. She didn't respond. Was I getting through to her? Eva. Everything that's ever mattered to us is at risk here. We can't sit back and allow our world to fall apart. We must fight for it. I'm willing to do whatever I can, which even then won't seem like enough. I need you to do this with me. I need you, Eva. I don't know what to say, she whispered. Just say yes. Please. I can't sit here and wait for everything to end. I have to do my best to protect what matters. She heaved a sigh, the sigh of a woman with the weight of the world on her shoulders. I was the one who'd placed that weight there, and I knew it should have made me feel terrible to hear her sound that way, but it didn't. All right. I'll go with you, she agreed. We'll take some of it back to the above ground to help them, then bring the rest to Onifall in order to properly prepare the troops. Whatever you say, she whispered, turning away from me. If my sight were any better, I might have to see the tears in her eyes on top of hearing them in her voice. It may have been the one and only time I was glad I couldn't see.
Chapter 22. Aras. Well, what's it going to be? Because once they discover you're no longer inside the walls, they're going to start looking around outside the walls. And that won't be good for either of us. She chewed her lip, glancing back at the keep. I just want to go home. Back to the Citadel, even. I don't care. I want to be where things make sense. Nothing makes sense to me anymore. Nothing does make sense anymore. Don't you understand that? It won't be any easier back at the Citadel than it is in the above ground, because you're always going to wonder what's happening with your friends. You're right. I will. So I'll go back to Cade and the others. Just tell me where to find the portal, and I'll be on my way. You can't do that. She shoved me. It didn't make much of a physical impression, but it enraged me just the same. I would have to pick the most ornery, ill-tempered dragon in the entire group, wouldn't I? Don't tell me what I can and can't do. What does it even matter to you, unless you have other plans for me? It just matters, all right? You don't need to know why. Who are you to tell me I don't need to know why? She nearly shrieked. I was losing control over the situation. No, I never had control over the situation from the get-go. You got me locked up. And now you expect me to trust you because you knew how to break a lock. Don't make me laugh. She turned to run and managed to get a half-dozen steps away from me before I lunged and caught her by the wrist. Where do you think you're going? They'll catch you in no time. At least they would only be doing their job. She tried to wrench herself free and winced in pain. That hurts. Let me go. Stop fighting and it won't hurt, I growled, pulling her back to the relative safety of the shadows. I'm sick of fighting over this with you. You can't go back and that's it. You're far too important. Important? To the king? No. To somebody who means a lot more than the king. I don't care about anybody here, she spat, glaring at me. And she meant it with every fiber of her being, I could tell. I hate you. I hate this place. I want to leave, and I'll kill you if you try to stop me. She was on the verge of hysteria. I didn't have a choice. It was either overpower her or let Rena die. I pushed her up against the nearest boulder and held her in place with my body while sliding the backpack off my shoulders. What do you think you're doing? She gasped as she fought against me. She'd seemed so tired out earlier, back in the shed. What a time for her to get a second wind. You'll see, I grunted, pulling the obsidian-forged cuffs from the bag and clamping them over her wrists. I no longer had to worry about her changing into her dragon while she was restrained, even though she fought and kicked and even tried to bite me. Because of that, I clamped another pair over her ankles. Another discovery made in the tool shed. She swayed on her feet, all the fight leaving her as though I'd pulled the plug in a tub of water. I caught her before she hit the ground, cradling her in my arms. Unconscious, she was much easier to handle. She rested against the boulder as I replaced the backpack over one shoulder, the crossbow sticking up from inside. All right, Oriana. Let's go. I lifted her up and threw her over my other shoulder before turning toward the village. By my estimation, there was no reason we couldn't make it to the village well before morning as long as I managed to keep up a decent pace. It was a good thing she didn't weigh much.
Chapter 23. Oriana. He thought I was unconscious. I should have been unconscious with that amount of obsidian around my wrists and ankles. It didn't make sense for me not to be knocked out cold by now. But I wasn't. I was wide awake, maybe a little weak, a little woozy, but awake and alert and furious. Where was he taking me? I opened my eyes to look around a bit, while he bounced me along on his back. It didn't matter, since I didn't know where we were in the first place. I only knew that he had a scheme or a plan, something he felt he couldn't share with me. Yet I was supposed to trust him. He'd shackled me, but I was supposed to trust him. I wanted to hit him over the head with the shackles and give him a kick or two, and almost did, before I remembered how out of my element I was. It wouldn't help me to wander around, lost. How was I ever going to get back to Cade and Lily? Aras clearly had no intention of letting me go. I was such a fool to ever trust him. Any amount of grief Cade gave me over running away would be deserved. He'd never let me live it down. I would never be alone again. Either he or somebody else would be on my back all the time. There had to be a way to get out of the situation on my own, without anybody else's help. But what was I supposed to do? He had a tight grip on my thighs, and I was at a marked disadvantage bouncing around. It was an act of sheer will just to keep myself limp, my hair hanging in my face. Where would he keep the keys to the cuffs? The backpack? Most likely, since that was where he'd stored them. With my luck, he hadn't found any keys at all. Maybe I could break the cuffs somehow. Against a rock or something like that. My mind spun with all the possible ways I could escape. As long as he thought I was unconscious, I could lull him into a false sense of security. After a while, long enough that my legs started to cramp up, I could hear his breathing becoming heavier. He was getting tired. He'd want to rest soon. This was my chance. Nothing could be done about my legs and how stiff they'd become, but I could at least try to defend myself. How? The crossbow was inside the backpack with the drawstring tightly knotted. I couldn't untie it to remove the weapon, with limited use of my hands. The sword? It was strapped to his back in its scabbard. If I had any chance of withdrawing it, I would have to work fast. Very fast. There was no room for error, because he wouldn't give me a second chance. If I could get a hold of the hilt, as he lowered me. He stopped suddenly enough to make me gasp, but didn't seem to notice. It was now or never. I reached for the sword's hilt as he swung me off his shoulder and bent to lower me. This allowed me to slide the sword off his back in one smooth motion. When he straightened up, I held the tip to his chest. What the? He had no time to say anything else, as I moved the sword's edge to his throat. Don't say a word and don't make any sudden moves. I would hate to have to put this through you. I could talk a big game, especially while holding a deadly weapon in both hands. You don't know what you're doing, he warned. I do know what I'm doing. And you know what I can do with a sword. You would be shuffling around a dead-eyed animated corpse if I didn't know how to handle one of these. Although the one I'd used was a lot lighter than his, I wouldn't let him see how much the extra weight mattered. What do you want me to do? He whispered, frozen in place. One lunge forward, and I would have been able to take half his head off. First, don't sneeze, I sneered. Wouldn't want to have an accident before you find the keys for these. I have to get them out of the backpack. Don't even think about pulling out that crossbow, I warned. And remember this, you need me for something. You don't want anything to happen to me. You're right. I don't want anything to happen to you. So you'll be good. I'll be good. I held the sword to his ribs as he bent to open the pack, watching me out of the corner of his eye. You're crazy for doing this. I'm crazy. I'm not the one who lured you away from your friends for some nefarious purpose. Nefarious? He chuckled, shaking his head. You have no idea what you're talking about. You could always tell me about it, you know. What if I told you this was a matter of life or death for someone else? Someone you've never met. He held up a pair of keys. Unlock me, I ordered, holding my legs out. Quickly. What if I told you there's a girl who's dying right now, while we have this conversation? I would ask you what any of this has to do with me, I replied with a scowl. And I would then ask you why you think I'd believe a single word you say. You betrayed me. No matter why you brought me here, to make a deal with the king or to save some unknown girl, you lied. You made me believe you cared enough to take a chance with me. You made me feel like someone heard me for the first time in as long as I can remember. And I can't forgive you for breaking that trust. I am sorry about that. He unlocked my ankles, and I stretched my legs to get some of the feeling back into them. Pins and needles rushed through, making me wince. When he tried to touch my legs, I pulled back. "Don't touch me." "Sorry. I wanted to help." "You've done more than enough to help," I spat. "I wouldn't be in this position if it weren't for you. And if you needed my help with something, all you had to do was ask for it. I would have helped you if I could." "I'm sure you would have." I didn't know if I could take that chance. My legs seemed to be in better shape than they were before, so I stood, a little awkwardly, seeing as how I was still holding the sword to Aras's throat. "Look where all of your lies have gotten you." He scowled, dropping the second key to the ground. "Here. You want to free your hands? Do it yourself." I glanced down at the key, quickly moving my gaze back up to his face. "Pick that up and unlock me." "No. I won't." He looked me up and down with a sneer. "You do it yourself. But you'll have to make a choice, either take your eyes off me long enough to pick up the key, or don't, and continue holding the sword to my throat. It's up to you." "You're forgetting that I have a third option." "What's that?" I lowered the sword enough to spare his throat and slashed his chest instead. He reeled back as his shirt turns red as if by magic. I never knew Dusk Elves have red blood, I thought, almost distracted by the sight of it as it soaked into the cotton or linen. How could you?" He held his hands over the wound, which I was fairly sure was more superficial than anything else. I hadn't pressed hard. Instead of waiting around for him to recover or at least get himself together, I took off at a dead run. "Wait!" he screamed, and I realized I could hear his footfalls over the sound of my pounding heart. I should have hurt him worse. My fault for taking pity on him at the last second. I couldn't pump my arm since I didn't take the time to swipe the key before running, but I was small and fast and wasn't losing blood, so I easily outran him. Of course, I had no idea where I was going. The keep was far off in the distance, little more than a black speck on the horizon, but I followed it with the intention of turning before I reached the grove of trees where the guards had stopped us. I should have brought the sword. I should have done a lot of things differently. "Come back!" Aras shouted, and he sounded much stronger than he should have. I put on more speed, legs flying, feet slapping against the ground, feeling more like a hunted animal than anything else. I threw a look over my shoulder to be sure he wasn't gaining on me, and immediately slammed into hard and unyielding. I rebounded, landing on my arm and wrenching my shoulder since I couldn't break my fall easily, my hand still bound. I looked up in shock to find 3 men looking down at me. All of them had long white hair and wore full-length dark robes. They peered down at me, studying me like something they'd never seen before. And yet they knew me. "What is this dryad doing here?" one of them asked in a voice much younger sounding than his appearance would lead me to expect. I looked around, expecting to see another stranger nearby. It was just me. They were looking at me. "A dryad? You're wrong. Why would you even say that?" "We only speak the truth," they said in unison. "You're mistaken, whoever you are." "Who are you?" I panted, out of breath from the exertion of running all that way. Sheer adrenaline had carried me through up to that point. "We're here to take you to Forebodden, where you'll be safer than you are now." The outer 2 lifted me, one on each arm. "What? Forebodden? Who are you though?" I looked from one of them to the other, then to the third. All around. I'd never seen any of them before. It was all happening too fast, a trio of strangers demanding to take me somewhere else. First the king's guards, now this. The one not holding on to any part of me smiled, as he waved his hands to create a portal out of thin air. "My dear, we are the Exalted 3. Chapter 24. Oriana. I didn't get a chance to speak again until we were through the portal, and inside Forebodden. I had never seen it with my own eyes, but had heard Lily speak of it after her visits. I discovered right away that she had been downplaying it all along. Instantly, I felt all the hope and brightness that had ever been part of me begin to seep out, as though someone or something was siphoning it. The landscape was beyond desolate, as though something terrible had been through, yet unlike the above-ground things were still growing. Twisted, blackened, rotten things. I turned my eyes from them. Why are we here? Was there nowhere nicer we could have gone? I murmured. I didn't want to raise my voice to them, since I didn't know who they were, but got the impression that they weren't to be taken lightly. There was a solemnity about them, and something else. Something magical. A magic I hadn't been aware of until then. They were so deeply calm, almost eerily so. It was a stark difference from the panic I had been in back in Sunderdell. This was the safest place for you at the moment, one of them said. A second voice overlapped the first. Yes, this is not the first place many would choose to search. Most would rather avoid it, the third concluded, overlapping the second. It was difficult to keep them straight or make sense of what they were saying, when the three of them insisted on voicing their thoughts all at once. I still don't understand why I have to be here though. I was only in danger from Aras. No one else. My dear, you were not in any real danger from him, the first of the exalted informed me with a slight smile. Anyone could see it. You were watching us. From a distance, the second one confirmed. Once we saw you running straight toward approaching guards, we knew it was time for us to step in. I was. They surely would have seen you once they crested the hill, which stood between you. There was no choice but to bring you here, the first exalted one finished. And still we walked. Where, I had no idea. The cuffs were still on and still chafing my wrists. Is there anything you can do about this? I asked as I held out my arms. Oh. Of course. Just like that they disappeared. Dissolved into thin air. I looked at the ground, then behind me in case they'd fallen off and I hadn't noticed. No. They'd vanished. What else were these three capable of? Because I had more than few ideas for them. Even so, the prominent issue on my mind had to do with those cuffs. The fact that they were made of obsidian, and yet hadn't subdued my dragon. I could have shifted at any time, and maybe I should have, though that wouldn't have solved the problem of finding the portal to take to Cade and Lily. But it would have made getting away easier. I hadn't thought about it at the time. Perhaps that was the effect they had on me, to make me forget what I was capable of. But they hadn't weakened me a bit. Which was what reminded me of what the Exalted Three had called me, back in Sunderdell. Excuse me for a moment, but there's something weighing on my mind, I murmured, looking right and left. We walked in a straight line, four abreast. Their identical faces wore identical expressions. What is it, child? Yes, there are many things on your mind. Many questions to be answered. I wasn't sure if they were overlapping that way on purpose, to confuse me, or if they simply weren't used to speaking with someone who wasn't one of them. I stopped in my tracks, more than a little perturbed at this point. Yes. You're correct. Many questions. I don't feel entirely comfortable walking around in an unfamiliar realm with the three of you, when there's so much I don't understand. For instance, where are you taking me? And why did you call me a dryad back there, before bringing me here? The second question is a simple one to answer. We referred to you as a dryad because you are a dryad. All three of them looked at me, as though I had suddenly sprouted a second head. Like they couldn't fathom why this was news to me. Then you must have the wrong person, because I am not a dryad. I'm a dragon. Raised in the citadel. My brother is a dragon, my parents were, my cousins are. The three of them each raised a single finger, stopping me. The first spoke. That is not so. Your parents are not both dragons. Your father, yes. But not your mother. I thought about my mother. She was beautiful and sweet, and I'd spent my life trying to be as much like her as possible. So loving and kind, so gentle. And definitely a dragon. But I saw her shift into her dragon form countless times, I argued. I'm sorry to be contrary, but I believe more firmly than ever that you have the wrong person. You weren't supposed to bring me here. We are never wrong. There was an edge to those three voices, united, that hadn't been there before. Anger or frustration. I was pushing them to the brink of their patience. It was enough to make me back down a little, like a chastised child. Please help me understand then, I murmured, hoping it would placate them. And it did. The tension dissipated. We know all, the first of the exalted three reminded me. We see all, we're aware of all. There is very little which escapes us. It is a heavy burden at times, carrying such a responsibility, but it is all we know. And as such, we are often aware of events which those involved are not even aware of. Especially when these events took place before a person was born, the second added. You're telling me that my mother wasn't really my mother? I whispered, chin trembling. No. I refused to believe it. She loved me. She loved me so much. The mother you knew did love you very much, the third of the trio acknowledged, his white beard swaying as he nodded. You were quite fortunate that your father found a wife who loved you as her own. This is not always the case. How can you all speak so matter-of-factly about this? I gasped. I feel like you've punched me in the stomach. My stomach rolled as though I were bobbing up and down in a boat, even though my feet were still firmly planted on dry land. My mother wasn't my mother. The third exalted one was clearly the most empathetic. He placed a tender hand on my back, patting gently. It is not easy for us to understand the internal conflicts which our revelations can sometimes inspire. While we were born with the gift of sight, we were not gifted great amounts of empathy. The other two made a disapproving sound with their tongues against the roofs of their mouths, but he didn't seem to care. His eyes were much kinder than theirs. He at least tried to understand. And that understanding gave me the strength I needed to hear more. All right. Mother wasn't my mother. Who was then? And why wouldn't my father tell me about this? It was for your safety that your father kept the truth of your parentage secret from you, the kindly exalted one explained. His father, who was overlord at the time, was furious when your father brought one of the tree folk, the dryad, to Onifall. You see, while he was traveling one day, a forest beast attacked and gravely injured your father. He came close to death, and would in fact have died had Maya not found him and brought him home with her. Maya. The name stirred a vague memory, way in the back of my mind. Your mother. Your true mother. I tried to absorb this as best I could. So. Maya saved my father's life then? Correct. When he awoke, your father was in the city of trees which the dryads call home. Maya convinced the others to allow him to convalesce there. She had already fallen in love with him, you see. It did not take long before he reciprocated those feelings. My father, in love with a dryad? It didn't sound unbelievable, not really. He had a tender heart, which he'd always tried to hide, fearing it would make him seem weak in the eyes of those he was meant to rule. The overlord believed your father to be dead, once enough time had passed without word from him. When he came home there was great rejoicing, until Maya's presence was made known. Your father was given an ultimatum, he was to give up Maya, send her back to the tree folk, or lose his home in Onifall. What did he do? He announced to your grandfather that Maya was with child. Me? I gasped, pointing to myself. You, my dear. When he heard about this, the overlord was understandably furious. After all, it was enough in his eyes that his son had consorted with a dryad, but to know that said dryad was carrying a child was beyond the limits of his understanding. And yet you were a fact, and you were his grandchild. And so he allowed Maya to stay in Onifall, but under the condition that she not make herself widely known. She could live there, but she could not parade herself around in front of the entire kingdom. She never ventured outside the walls of Valaport. Poor thing, I whispered. My heart went out to her, someone I never knew. She was so in love with my father, she sacrificed her freedom for him. I didn't know just how much she'd given up for the love of my father until the Exalted One continued, and his sorrowful expression told me I wouldn't like what he had to share. You see, a dryad must live among the trees if they are to thrive. While she was happy with you and your father, she missed her people and the world in which she had lived until the fateful day when she discovered the handsome young dragon, and her life had changed forever. She began to fade. Slowly at first, but as parts of her soul began to die, she became physically ill. Why didn't she just go back home then? She didn't want to leave the man she loved. Or you, my dear, and the Overlord wouldn't allow his grandchild to be spirited away. You may have been half dryad, but you had his blood in your veins, and he took that as a sign of ownership over you. I'm certain it had to do with love too. I waved that thought away. I have no such feelings for him, any more than I do for my recently deceased uncle, I informed him. They were cut from the same cloth through and through. Just the same, he was your grandfather, the Exalted One reminded me. It was irrelevant, however, since Maya never seriously considered leaving. She couldn't bear to be without your father. And so, he shrugged gently, his face sagging a little as the truth silently unwound itself. And so she died, I finished, tears filling my eyes. She allowed herself to die because of him. And me. You were nearly 2 years old. 2. I gasped, which turned into a sob. Everything fell into place. I was 2. Maya. My nurse. Oh. I covered my face with my hands and shook with heart-wrenching sobs. I remembered her, bits and pieces, shadows. The sound of her laughter, the feeling of being warm and safe in her lap as she sang me to sleep. I had loved her. And I had all but forgotten her, until now. Once the wave of emotion had passed, 2 of the 3 showing no reaction whatsoever, I managed to choke out. Whenever I mentioned her to my father and asked where she had gone, he told me I was remembering my nurse. And that she had to leave us. He very deliberately made me believe she was my nurse instead of my mother. It was for your safety. You've already told me that, though I don't understand exactly why, I snapped. Why was it so wrong that my mother was who she was? Because it would have caused confusion for you, as it is right now. And what would have happened if the Dryads tried to claim you as their own? What sort of conflict would that have caused? Your grandfather would have fought for you. Untold numbers could have died as a result. It was better that your true parentage be kept secret from you. Even your adoptive mother never knew who you truly were. And that is why obsidian doesn't affect you the way it does full-blooded dragons, the first Exalted One finished. With the emotional aspect of my story cleared up, he clearly felt comfortable speaking again. If you were fully dragon, there is no way you could have outrun the Dusk Elf as easily as you did. You would have collapsed shortly after starting out. I had wondered about that. He assumed I was unconscious, I recounted. It was the only way I was able to escape him. But what had I escaped to? I was in the middle of a wasteland, with 3 strangers and no explanation as to what I was doing there.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.